Chapter 1066 First Planar War 2. Wang Wei teleported to the second to check on Li Jun, who was preparing his armor and soldiers for this war. "Why are you here?" "Shouldn't you be busy?" asked Li Jun. "I came to check on you." "Check on me?" An idea suddenly popped into his mind. "Do you think I wouldn't be alright with Tai Gang's position as commander?" "Just wanted to make sure." "I'm fine, and I think he deserves it," explained Li Jun. "Anyway, I'm just happy to participate in this war." His eyes flashed a pure intent of killing and slaughter. "Do you plan to have your slaughter spear absorb more slaughter aura?" "Yes. I plan to turn it into a special source technique, so I want to train it as much as possible before I prove the Tao." "That's an excellent idea," praised Wang Wei before glancing at his men. "Are you participating in the Legion layer?" "No, Jun Mengyao will be in charge of this layer. I will dominate the mortal combatant layer." With Li Jun's immortal tier strength while still being immortal, he has the right to say he will dominate that layer. In fact, Tai Gang's plan counts top heaven chosen dominating that layer and overwhelming the martial hegemony world. Him. Does he have his own legion? 2133, he wanted to create a military spearmanship, so he asked me to train with my legion, and he's quite talented as a general. Does he have his own legion? He's planning to but hasn't gotten to it. That's fine, nodded Wang Wei. He hoped Jin Mengyao could train a peerless spear legion to increase the sect's overall military strength. What about Kai Song? She's not participating. She said she prefers participating in individual projects to mass productions. What is this? Did she suddenly develop an artistic soul or something? Artistic soul? That's an odd way of putting it, said Li Jun, but you're correct. She was inspired by some of the mortal crafts and decided to take more pride in her works. So, did she stop mass-producing puppets for us? Why haven't I been notified of this? That's because she didn't. It's not her main focus, but her work has not stopped. She left a clone to deal with it. Well, that's fine, nodded Wang Wei, who thought he had lost his Skynet manufacturing base. He decided to check on her and ensure there was no problem. So, after his chat with Li Jun, he checked on Kai Song and found that everything was fine. She was just focused on creating more powerful and unique puppets, and Wang Wei was fine with that as long as her other work did not stop. He returned to the court and oversaw the final preparations before the deployment. Star Beast World, Tong Ruobing received the information about the recent court meeting. She handed it to Mulei, and he said, "What are you thinking? Is it really not possible for us to also begin to expand? You know that's currently impossible." Of course, Tong Ruobing knew. Their world was in a unique and awkward situation. The Star Beast world is a high-level member of the Commerce Hub because of the insane amount of resources it consumes. Simultaneously, the hub is currently the enemy or opponent of Wang Wei, which is their ally, a fact already public. In other words, the Star Beast world has become the middle link between those two fighting titans. The internal attitude of the Commerce Hub is that no member will create their own heavenly court or expand until their enemy is dealt with. An exception was made for the Star Beast world since they had already created a court before the decision was made. However, if they expand their borders, the situation will become complicated. As members of the hub, there should be repercussions for breaking the rules. And if the Commerce Hub decides to attack or sanction the Star Beast world, Wang Wei can use this excuse to start a fight with them. Suppose they ignore Mulei and Tong Ruobing breaking the rules. In that case, the Commerce Hub's status and influence will be diminished, considering the Endless Void will see this as an act of cowardice and fear toward the First Heavenly Emperor. Ultimately, their world has become the key factor in determining when Wang Wei and the Commerce Hub will officially break off and begin fighting. The best move is to wait patiently, said Mulei. He believed in Wang Wei's side more than the Commerce, so the result is already doom. His only concern is to prevent his world from suffering untold casualties and loss during this confrontation. I know this, but my heart aches every time I think of the benefit we are losing, sighed Tong Ruobing. She did not expect navigating the interpolitical relationship between her current world and homeworld to be this difficult. I'm going home, said Tong Ruobing, standing up from her cultivation cushion. Why? Although I cannot participate, I can ensure the Great Talisman City acquires as many benefits as possible. That's a good idea. I will keep watch on things here. Tong Ruobing teleported back home. Martial Hegemony World, Qian Heng was overviewing the court's construction. He had already built the location in a few days, but the thing could only be called shabby. There was only a small world with a white palace at the center, in other words, nothing extravagant. In this dangerous time, he saw no need to build any lavish court as this would be a waste of resources. The only thing remaining was refining the conferred god list, the ceremony, and the test to determine whether he was worthy. All these things will take some time, but time is what this world has the least of. While Qian Heng was supervising the establishment of the court's arrays, he received notification that someone wished to see him. He immediately frowned after using his divine sense to check. After a brief ponder, he summoned the visitor. An elderly man dressed in Taoist robes walked into a white room. He looked at the formation above this room before focusing on Qian Heng, Your Majesty. He bowed politely. I'm not the Heavenly Emperor yet, so there is no need for the formality, said Qian Heng coolly. What brings you here, Reverend Tranquility? The Peaceful Life Palace would like to participate in this war and offer our servitude. Qian Heng was silent as this was not a simple offer. This world hated Taoism, including martial Taoist sects, which was common during the previous era. However, all these sects were eventually eradicated after the Rising Dragon sect led them to their freedom, leaving only one, the Peaceful Life Palace. This faction was able to survive the cleanup for a few reasons. They participated in the war against the Celestial Harmony world and contributed immensely. And as a reward for their achievements, the dragon-subduing emperor granted them amnesty, and everyone respected that. Of course, this was not enough to ensure their survival. Although people respected the dragon-subduing emperor, he had been gone for a while, so it would be understandable that someone with a grudge would have gone back on their words. Another reason why they survived for so long was a rebranding and their strength. The Peaceful Life Palace changed its original name even to the detriment of its chi luck. They wanted their faction's name to reflect their ideology. They were a peaceful group of martial artists who used Taoist ideologies to train their minds and spirits. With this foundation, the Peaceful Life Palace has become the de facto leader of all professional resources in the martial hegemony world. They dominated every field, especially pill refining. Martial artists used a great deal of resources, especially in the three realms of life, death, and nirvana, and the Peaceful Life Palace had the best pills. 2134 Another reason why they survived for so long was a rebranding and their strength. The Peaceful Life Palace changed its original name even to the detriment of its chi luck. They wanted their faction's name to reflect their ideology. They were a peaceful group of martial artists who used Taoist ideologies to train their minds and spirits. Lastly, they only trained professional Tao emperors besides their sect's founder. Of their 5 great emperors, 4 proved the Tao with a professional Tao, and they were all talented, 3 of them being pseudo-eternals and the other reaching 20% grand Tao source but failing to condense their Tao will. With this foundation, the Peaceful Life Palace has become the de facto leader of all professional resources in the martial hegemony world. They dominated every field, especially pill refining. Martial artists used a great deal of resources, especially in the 3 realms of life, death, and nirvana, and the Peaceful Life Palace had the best pills. Ultimately, although the world loathes them because of their connection with Taoism, they have also become indispensable to the martial hegemony world. Of course, some past emperors have tried to eradicate them, whether out of hatred or greed for their resources and foundation. However, no one has succeeded in breaking through their sect's array. Are you sure? Asked Qianheng after over a minute of contemplation. We are, replied Reverend Tranquility, and Qianheng sighed. People will not like this decision, but it is the correct one to make. They need support for this war, and the Peaceful Life Palace is the one that can provide the greatest. Most top factions focus too heavily on individual power and do not have the best system regarding profession Daos. Very well, nodded Qianheng. Despite his mistrust of these people, he knew it was their best choice to partake in this war. Maybe this world will be more accepting of them after defending it for a second time. Your Majesty, about the others. Don't worry, I will convince them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1067 First Planar War 3. Qianheng accelerated everything after the visit from Reverend Tranquility. Everything was set up 5 days later, and he did not waste time to start the ceremony. The entire world watched and waited with bated breath. Once the ceremony ended, Qianheng disappeared to another space to begin Heavenly Daos test to see whether he was worthy of this position. To the outside world, he only disappeared for less than 10 seconds before reappearing. But Qianheng has spent quite some time in space, including testing his Dao heart, willpower, and overall battle strength. A strange look appeared on Qianheng's face after returning from the past, and that's because he knew he must pay Wang Wei, his world's invader, a patent fee for becoming a heavenly emperor. The worst part is this was non-negotiable, as true heavenly Dao would automatically deduct his merit to repay the fee. He immediately summoned everybody else to confer the god positions. Qianheng knew the world's circumstances, so he tried to be selfless to prevent infighting. If someone complains about their position, he will respond that after the war, based on the results and accomplishments of each faction, the positions will be once again divided. Now that things have been settled, let's proceed with the rest, said Qianheng. The First Order, the Peaceful Life Palace will participate in this war, providing us professional assistance. Your Majesty, you can't. Yes, we cannot trust these damn Taoists. Don't overreact. The Peaceful Life Palace has shown us they can be trusted. What if they betray us? Can you take responsibility for this? Your weak fear tactics are useless here. We are not fighting some Taoist faction or world, so why would they betray us? There is literally nothing to gain for them. There is always something to gain for betrayal. By that logic, anyone here can betray the world for benefit or safety. You dare suggest I'm a traitor? My ancestors fought for the survival of this world. And the Peaceful Life Palace's ancestors did the same. They even went above and beyond just for the recognition. Enough, declared Qianheng, and after a few seconds, everyone stopped talking. We are facing a catastrophe. In the best-case scenario, our world will suffer another era of oppression. As for the worst case, we might be wiped out and all our culture, lineage, and inheritance removed from the annals of history. Qianheng let the silence marinate for a few seconds. We need all the help we can gather. No one spoke for a while before the Rising Dragon Sect Master spoke. Our founder believed in the integrity of the Peaceful Life Palace, so we will vouch for them. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0, Vel, B, J, N. We also support their participation. Everyone gazed at the celestial demon cult and wondered when these crazy demons cared so much about the world. However, with these two heavyweights vouching for them, the others accepted the proposal. Reverend Tranquility finally spoke and thanked everyone, promising to do their best for this war effort. That's decided, stated Qianheng. For our second order of business, we need to discuss military tactics. I suggest we remove the Death Forbidden Treaty. Your Majesty. Seriously. First the Taoist bastards, and now this. Please leave our ancestors to rest. Yes, leave them alone. Some of you truly either cannot understand the threat we are facing, or you refuse to do so. This method is the only way we have a remote chance in this war. But what about filial piety and respecting the elders and ancestors? We might be martial artists, but we're not brutes. It's either that or you guys go forward, drastically increasing our death rate. A silence ensued, followed by more discussions before everyone nodded in using this tactic. The meeting lasted a few hours as many more preparations for this war were coming. No one knew when the enemy was coming, but they understood it would not be much. They needed to organize their armies and pool their resources, followed by some training for better cooperation. Lastly, the people with God positions needed to use their position's advantage to increase their strength as soon as possible. The majority have prepared to use forbidden methods to increase their strength at great costs. After the meeting, Qianheng thought he had a moment of respite. The next thing he needed to do was to see whether he could create a few more immortals to participate in this war. Better yet, he wished he had enough time and resources to train an eternal-class insurgent. However, he soon sensed something and looked in the eastern direction. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Those damn bastards," he groaned before disappearing from the golden throne. 7 days passed, and when the time arrived, everyone who would be participating in the war was waiting at the court. Wang Wei stood before more than hundreds of millions of cultivators. "With me here, we will be victorious in this war no matter what." His voice was soft, but everyone present could hear it loud and clear, as if he was muttering directly into their ears. "What you have to worry about is how fast we can win, how many of our people we can save before the war ends, how many enemies we can kill, and how to celebrate once everything is over." A fervor rushed through every soldier's presence as the military aura around them drastically increased and solidified. Even the more cool-headed and experienced immortals felt the passion of these simple but direct words. The idea that they have such a monster as their backer filled them with untold confidence. "Now go," said Wang Wei as he waved his hand to create a portal. "Win this war and announce our glorious return to the endless void. Glory to your majesty and honor to the motherland. Glory to your majesty and honor to the motherland. Glory to your majesty and honor to the motherland." All the troops began to chant in unison as they marched into the portal, directly teleporting outside the martial hegemony world. As soon as the troops arrived at their destination, they deployed all the formations while waiting. "Do you think they won't fight us in the void?" asked Huofeng Huang. "Logically speaking, they should understand this formation won't hold two Eternals, so the best move is to fight us outside," replied Ao Shin. "However, they may have an unknown tactic that requires them to do so." She nodded. The commander seemed confident they would fight us outside. Her gaze looked at the calm and composed Tai Gang. "Maybe he knows something we don't, or he's just that confident." The wait was more than 30 minutes by standard time. The magic circle surrounding the martial hegemony world shone with golden lights before all their legions manifested. "What is this stink?" "I know, fear and worry." Huofeng Huang's voice echoed in the void, and the opposing troops could hear it clearly. Tai Gang smiled, secretly praising her. Morale is a crucial factor in any battle, and her small actions gave them another boost on top of the one from the Heavenly Emperor. "We are martial artists," said Qianheng, who finally appeared. "We pursue the transcendence of our body and mind. So what if we're afraid? That's just another emotion to conquer." Ao Shen and Huofeng Huang sneered but did not say anything. "What is the plan?" she asked through divine sense. "Do you want to slaughter their leader immediately? Haven't you realized for some people that this war is a game?" replied Ao Shen with a sneer. "Since they are not in a hurry, we don't need to be too eager." "Hee," chuckled Huofeng Huang. Of course, she noticed, but her primary objective was to use this war to cultivate her slaughter Dao. The white tiger blood in her veins is screaming in anticipation. Meanwhile, Tai Gang looked appreciative. He did not expect the enemy's Heavenly Emperor to be this competent. "Maybe this war will not be as easy as I anticipated," thought Tai Gang. He did not care if this world struggled more than anticipated, he wished for it. He is treating this life as a form of experiencing gathering for the next, so the more turbulence he encounters, the better he will be for his next life. According to the order of my emperor, I will give your world one last chance, yelled Tai Gang. Stop this war, and the previous offer will still stand. By the honor of His Majesty, the sovereignty of your court will be guaranteed. And my answer is still the same, replied Qianheng. We do not accept any foreign interference in our world, in any shape or form, and that's final. You know you cannot win this war, so why be persistent? Countered Tai Gang. Billions of lives will die because of your stupid decision, their death will be in your hands. We will rather die standing than accept subjugation. And no, their deaths will not be on us but yours. You're the one who chose this aggressive path. Since that's your choice, fine, said Tai Gang. See this, men. We have offered mercy to our opponent, but they have refused our goodwill. Now, let's show them what power is. Glory to your majesty and honor to the motherland. The chants of the myriad emperor world's legions echoed in the void, even making it tremble slightly. Then, they marched forward. Release them, yelled Qianheng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1068 First Planar War. 4. A formation appeared before these martial artists, and many people rushed out. They had almost no rules and regulations, and their powers varied from mortals, yes, mortals with no cultivation, to Tao ancestors and insurgents-level characters. Tai Gang's eyes shrunk as he saw the people approaching. Are those undead? The creatures attacking them were indeed not living as the stench of death oozed out of their bodies. Additionally, many of them were skeletons or were missing parts. So, that's their tactic, he muttered, understanding the situation. The cultivation system of this world had control of life and death energy, meaning that even the most ordinary martial artist could reanimate corpses after entering the death realm. They used this fact to their advantage, controlling the dead of their worlds as cannon fodders for this war. Tai Gang acted swiftly and ordered the people not to activate the formation that separated people into layers. Release the puppet core, he ordered. A formation appeared on the myriad emperor world side, and countless puppets rushed out. Most were humanoid shapes with different weapons, mostly cold weapons, but many with projectile weapons like arrows and cannons, while other puppets resembled animals and demon races. Some pinnacle puppets were created based on innate demons and primordial gods. Tai Gang calmly observed as these two legions crashed, and chaos ensued. Puppets and undead had no emotions like fear or hesitation, so they tore each other apart. Even the high-tier puppets with souls were stripped of their sense of self to turn them into pure killing machines. He watched as a group of puppets bite through the flesh of countless undead. Still, despite their limbs being separated from their bodies, they clawed at their opponent for a final kill before their misery of an existence ended. Typically, high-level puppets can be programmed to find weaknesses in their opponent, but the undead did not have weaknesses. So, the result will be the same whether they burn, freeze, electrocute, crush, cut, pierce, or explode their opponents. Additionally, since the undead move purely due to death chi, soul/spirit attacks did not affect them. The undead did their part in this war. Surprisingly, they had an overwhelming advantage due to the sheer number of mortals. Individuals, these mortals, were useless in such high-scale battles. However, the martial artists from the martial hegemony world proved adept at this tactic. Trillions of mortals will explode in a frenzy of death energy that is detrimental to even Tier 5 cultivators. And this was not the end. Trillions of mortals will fuse into an abomination of death and resentment. The creatures they created were only Tier 5, but their combat ability was on par with the weakest Tier 7 because of their unique ability to contaminate the mind with their resentment. With this dirty, almost cruel tactic, the undead slowly overwhelmed the puppets. So, these machines changed tactics and began exploding before their death. They can take out large groups of enemies with this suicidal approach, thus slowing the undead's advance. This battle was fierce and terrifying despite the lack of any blood. Myriad Emperor World sighed, "At this rate, we're going to lose," commented one of the Legion commanders. "That's obvious. Our puppet core still requires resources to build, but these people have too many mortal undead on their sides. The amount of mortals dying in one cultivation in general is simply outrageous, let alone throughout the history of the world." So, thinking about how many mortals these people have at their disposition made everyone tremble. "So, what's next?" asked someone. "Will our commander order us to intervene?" "Let's see." Marshal Hegemony World sighed. Qian Heng, who stood in the void accompanied by 3 individuals, had a deep frown as he watched the outcome of this confrontation. To say he was not pleased is an understatement. This Death Legion aimed to weed out most of the enemy's population, but he did not expect them to respond with a similar tactic. The Death Legion was instrumental in winning the war against the Taoists, who forbade it, knowing its potential. But now, its effectiveness has been drastically reduced. "What should we do now?" asked Lightning Fist, and he did not receive an immediate response. "Purple Dragon, do you have any suggestions?" asked Qian Heng, looking at the Eternal Class powerhouse from the Rising Dragon sect. "There is no way that they have more puppets than we have of the dead. So, we only need to pile corpses onto them." "That's what I was thinking too," nodded Qian Heng before looking at the battlefield, his eyes focused on 2 people, Ao Shin and Hufeng Wang. "Now, our real worry is those 2. "Don't worry. Our plan will surely work," reassured Purple Dragon. Tai Gang watched this battlefield that could only be described as a meat grinder. He knew the situation was not on his side, but he was not worried, he only needed to wait. He soon noticed something that needed his attention. The amount of puppet Immortal tier powerhouses was no longer enough to hold the enemy. Tai Gang secretly groaned. These Immortal tier puppets were pricey, and it pained him to lose even one of them, despite most not belonging to the Dao opening sect. Without hesitation, he ordered more powerhouses to enter the battlefield. "There is no need to go all out, just hold the enemy and buy us some time," he ordered, and the people chosen immediately executed his plan. The void began to shake as more top-tier powerhouses entered the battlefield, and Tai Gang observed and waited. "Begin the extraction," ordered Tai Gang, and one particular legion immediately acted. An array manifested above their head in the shape of a magic circle with very intricate designs. The circle released a terrifying devouring power, but oddly, it did not affect any living creature. All the puppet parts still salvaging flew toward the array, recycling the parts for later use. Tai Gang's body paused as he received orders from War Room. "Take the undead parts too," he ordered to the cleanup legion, and they followed instructions. They recycled the enemy's undead body parts. "Can they do that?" asked Lightning Fist. "The real question is how to stop them," added Saber Snake. "I'll talk to Reverend Tranquility." Qian Heng did not hesitate to contact the latter, telling him of the situation. "So, what do you think? If you give me time, it's not impossible to stop them. The real question is, why should we?" The inaugural upload of this chapter took place via /n/ov/l/b/in. What do you mean? From what I observe in this brief confrontation, the enemy's professional Dao is highly developed, and we would lose if we tried to confront them. Instead of wasting time and resources in stopping them, it might be best to focus on something else. We can't just let them take the bodies of our dead. Heaven knows what they're going to do with it. "Ultimately, the choice is yours," said Reverend Tranquility in a calm and soothing voice. "However, my opinion is we should focus our effort and resources on something else. Our manpower in the professional field is severely lacking, and it might be best to focus our effort on other things." Qian Heng sighed, you're right. In times like this, he could not lament how weak their world is compared to their glorious past before those damn Taoists. Since he had decided, he would no longer hesitate, Qianheng chose to abandon the bodies of these dearly departed. Tai Gang continued to observe, and soon afterward, he heard the sweet sound he was waiting for from the dream world. "Commander, we're finished." "Excellent. Are you going to send someone to set it up?" "No need. We will send you an array disk and you only need to activate it. Make sure not to destroy the disk, and there will be no issue." "Very well." A small void tear materialized before Tai Gang, alerting everyone. He calmly took out the disk and injected his power into it. Then, things proceeded so fast that only a few could understand what was happening and barely reacted. A small array manifested from the disk before also releasing a terrifying devouring power, but its target was only one thing: death chi. In less than a second, trillions of undead stopped moving as the death chi in their bodies dissipated. The other horrifying aspect of this formation was it did not discriminate against the tier of undead it targeted. So, whether it was mortal or immortal undead, they all stopped functioning under its power. Tai Gang sneered after seeing this outcome. These undead were the lowest level, with no soul or consciousness, just instinct. As such, they could not resist the death chi being forcefully sucked out of them. "Damn it," roared Qianheng. He just watched how they so easily lost their biggest trump card. "You think this is the end?" sneered Tai Gang. "Began purification. Amithaptha." These words echoed in the minds of everyone present. Then, a colossal golden lotus appeared in the middle of the battlefield, releasing a golden light that swiftly purified the resentments from the mortals and other undead. The lotus flew to the myriad Emperor world side and released a golden light on all the legions, granting them a blessing. "Listen, men," said Tai Gang. "Their people have resented and abandoned them while blessing us. This is another sign that our victory is guaranteed and honorable. Now, let's avenge these poor and innocent souls who only wanted to rest peacefully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1069 First Planar War, v. The faces of the martial artists contorted as this was an irrefutable truth. What they had done was the ultimate form of disrespect to their people, elders, ancestors, and worlds. "Men, desperate time calls for desperate measures," said Qianheng, his voice echoing in everybody's mind. "What we have done is a shame that we must bear for the rest of our lives, but remember, we did it out of necessity for survival and because we are weak. We may have wronged the dead, but the living are counting on us. So raise your head and face the enemy. Use this shame and anger as fuel to protect the people not burdened by our choices. For the people, for the world, for our shame. For the people, for the world, for our shame. For the people, for the world, for our shame." They rushed to meet head-on with the Origin cultivators, and the formation was instantly activated, isolating everyone into layers. The martial artists were momentarily disoriented until they figured things out. Qianheng quickly ordered them to change tactics, sending people or legions to different layers. Tai Gang calmly watched the enemy's response before contacting some people. "Top 15 Heaven Chosens, do not reveal your full strength yet, especially you, Li Jun. Wait for the right time to sweep the mortal combatant layer." "As you wish," replied Li Jun, and Tai Gang flew to the first layer, which was the most complicated. Although this was the Legion layer, the commanders of these legions were of different tiers and included many immortals. He soon noticed something and frowned. This might be a problem. The legions from the Myriad Emperor world were objectively better than those from the Martial Hegemony world. They had better weapons and armor and more variety, talisman weapons. They were trained to be a real army or unit, while it was obvious that many of these martial artists' legions were put together very recently. Additionally, martial artists, at least these ones, are more individualistic, making them not prone to working in groups as they favor personal power more. Lastly, the martial artists were surprised to discover they lost the advantage of a powerful body with high defense and regenerative capabilities. This fact was one of the primary contributing factors in their victory against the Taoists, who were more known for their spiritual practice than their bodies. However, the origin cultivators tempered their bodies to a high degree, especially with the new origin system that places heavy emphasis on this. And even if they did not use the new system to its full potential, bathing in constant innate qi has nourished and strengthened them. Their only advantage in this scrimmage was their regenerative ability. With immense life energy, no origin cultivator would be on par with them on healing except for the geniuses. More importantly, they have linked their life energy to help each other heal from injuries. In other words, all their legions are versions of Tai Gang's undead legion created from his innate ability. A lot of them are not in sync, thus affecting the life energy sharing process, thought Tai Gang. But the perfectly in sync ones are even better than my undead legion. The worst part is they do not have one person as the main link, their abilities come from their cultivation system. If something happens to Tai Gang, his undead legion will drastically weaken. However, the martial artist legions do not have such a weakness. We can't use the previous tactic since consciousnesses control the life energy, so the formation is useless. Tai Gang looked to his left. Observingly, Jun's Slaughter Legion led by Jun Menyao had no issue with their enemies as they could kill the life energy or replace it, death chi, to throw them out of balance. However, this tactic only worked the first time since the martial hegemony world's cultivators are masters of control of life and death chi. The situation was similar in one of the ancient clan's legions, most likely trained by the sacred beast Empress. Tai Gang ignored the explosions around him, the shouts, the blood, gore, and wailing souls. His mind was only analyzing the battlefield and coming up with the best countermeasure. His eyes moved to Great Talisman City's legions, which he found unique. A few talented talisman makers served as the core of the legion. Everyone else allows them to borrow their collective strength through formation, and they can make any talisman they wish to fight or support. They used a life chi suppressing talisman created for this battle, thus suppressing the martial artist's ability and rendering them easier to kill. Talisman Legion, move to the center and bless all legions with your talisman, ordered Tai Gang, who also called 2 Dao ancestors to fuse with the Talisman Legion's formation and give them a greater strength boost. With this subtle change, all other legions were now provided with life chi suppressing talisman, making their battles easier. The casualties on the opposing side dramatically increased as their only advantage was weakened or useless. Tai Gang received a few praises from the war room, but his focus remained on the war. Argorg. A visceral roar as if from a creature who had suffered until pain in the depths of hell and had escaped, now consumed by an incomprehensible anger. Everyone's eyes were on this martial artist whose white could only be distinguished by the few spots on his red sleeve. His body turned golden as he burned his golden body for extra strength. Then, with madness in his eyes, he rushed toward Tai Gang. He was unstoppable, destroying anyone on his way and breaking countless formations. An immortal venerable tried to stop him, but the martial artist ignored him, advancing forward toward one man only Tai Gang. Interesting, thought Tai Gang. Anger, hatred, and desperation sublimated his spirit, allowing him to achieve a temporary will manifestation. His Majesty was correct when he said this cultivation system made it easier to manifest willpower. Tai Gang sent an order, and a Dao ancestor acted. A colossal palm descended on this little quasi-emperor, annihilating his body and soul. However, Tai Gang's happiness did not even have an opportunity to manifest as he detected a black shadow continuing toward him. Has killing me turned into your obsession? He analyzed. He ordered everyone to let him pass, and he blew to it once the thing reached less than 2 meters away. His mouth generated a terrifying vibration backed by the strings of fate. The obsession resisted for less than a second before dissipating. How could this be? Said a hoarse voice. It's because you're weak, so even the power of obsession cannot change your fate, said Tai Gang indifferently. The martial artist looked at him with red eyes. He wanted to look at the people responsible for taking everything from him. Before the last of him disappeared, his life flashed before his eyes. His name was Xiao Ning, but the people in the martial world knew him as the White Cloth Flute Erasure. In his early years, he had no interest in martial arts despite his master's best efforts. His only love was music, the flute, to be specific. Then, on that fateful night, he returned home to see his master slain. He remembered the pain and guilt he felt. On that day, he changed as he buried his master. He focused on martial arts, combined it with his flute, and eventually acquired the heaven martial art called Sound of Murder. After his martial art was accomplished, Xiao Ning went on a rampage in the world, trying to avenge his master. The countless bodies he left in his wake garnered him the nickname White Cloth Flute Erasure. Xiao Ning thought his life would be filled with blood, vengeance, and darkness until he found the last man on his revenge list. He remembered that day on the mountain vividly. His long hair flowed with the wind, the beautiful mountain in the background, and the zither sound, indicating he had accepted his fate. Out of instinct, Xiao Ning took his flute to play an accompanying piece, and when he woke up, they'd been playing together for 3 days. More importantly, all his anger and hatred had dissipated. Without hesitation, Xiao Ning made a bold decision, to forgive, and he never regretted it. That day, he found a companion. They secluded themselves from the world, focusing on their music. They did not care about the rocky martial path or the ruthless emperor path. They had each other in music, which was more than enough. Things were well for a long time until this war. Xiao Ning wanted to stay out of it, at least in the early stages. But his companion felt compelled to participate. So, he followed him. Alas, as soon as the fight started, he had to watch the person he loved dearly eradicated from him. The anger and grief overwhelmed his mind, so he decided to do something for his homeworld in memory of his companion's patriotism. Sadly, his effort was futile. Lai Chang, don't worry, I will come see you now. See? I didn't make you wait long, so you can't complain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1070 Death Ring. Tai Gang frowned as he noticed a slight change in the battlefield. Numerous golden lights emanated in scattered places throughout the void. The martial artists had become ruthless and burned their golden bodies to launch suicidal attacks at their enemies. In other words, they were fighting desperately. So, he ordered his men to fight more carefully and be on the lookout for these desperate tactics. On the other side of the battlefield, Qian Heng watched everything while clenching his fist. They were losing this fight, which could be said to be a one-sided massacre. These origin cultivators were as versatile in their methods and tactics as the Taoists. Still, on top of everything else, they also had a powerful body with great defense, stamina, and regeneration. Is the fate of our world be subjugated? Thought Qian Heng, clenching his fist even tighter to the point of causing small explosions. Sorry, he said to the other 3, and they nodded to show they understood. What should we do? Asked Lighting Fist. We can only continue with the original plan, replied Qian Heng, sighing deeply. He suddenly paused as he received a communication from the Celestian demon cult. If you guys had something like that, why wait so long to reveal it? He asked with an ugly expression. We're revealing it at the correct time. Your Majesty, you should be happy we're willing to show you our deep background. Qian Heng exhaled deeply. Fine. Send it out. What are these demons playing at? Asked Lighting Fist. My concern is why now? Asked Purple Dragon. Isn't it obvious? Sneered Snake Saber. They need us to buy enough time to gather enough merit for their cult leader. You really shouldn't have revived him, complained Lightning Fist. Once he proves the Tao, he will definitely compete against you for the Heavenly Emperor position. You saw how much resources and manpower they provided for this war, explained Qianheng. Plus, I never care about this damn position. You may not care, but we do. I would rather we have no leader than those demonic bastards ruling over us, sneered Lightning Fist. The void before them trembled before something materialized, a white ring obviously made out of bones. The Underworld Martial Emperor's Proving Tao artifact, muttered Saber Snake. It's as beautiful and powerful as I envisioned. The Underworld Martial Emperor was a legend in the martial hegemony world because of his strength and the devastation he caused the world. After the Null Era, the world entered the Martial Origin Era, where their cultivation system was created and perfected. Then, near the end of the era, came the Madman, the Underworld Martial Emperor. He is the first person to show how terrifying it is to use death chi to create legions of undead. With his death Tao, the madman went on a rampaging path to conquer the world and turn it into a world of the dead with him at the top while farming the world for heaven's will. The terrifying thing was he almost succeeded. The Martial Origin Era was a prosperous time with numerous immortal sovereigns, insurgents, and immortal tier powerhouses. But they were no match for the Underworld Martial Emperor due to his personal strength and large army. This confrontation resulted in these powerhouses' deaths and turning into the enemy's undead soldiers. Luckily for this world, a betrayal from the Underworld Martial Emperor's closest friend and ally allowed them to seal and exile him. After his departure, the tactic of using the dead as cannon fodder was popularized until a great emperor facilitated the Death Forbidden Treaty. Without wasting time, Qianheng put the ring on and activated one of its abilities, Immortal Curse. All the mortal martial artists in this war soon discovered a black mark on their forehead, followed by a message of what was happening: they were not immortal. Their enemies could not kill them no matter what. So, they went mad, attacking their opponent with unrestrained hatred and anger. This was an opportunity to avenge their loved ones, brothers, friends, and fallen comrades. This is not good, thought Tai Gang, noticing the situation. This Emperor artifact seemed to have been nourished by death energy for billions of generations. His eyes brightened as he thought his boss should be interested. However, this was for later, as he still needed to deal with the situation. Although this technique only applied to the mortal cultivators, it was enough to reverse the war. Talisman Legion, provide everyone with sealing talismans. Although we can't kill them now, we can seal them to kill later, ordered Tai Gang before focusing on Wu Ming's Totem Legion. You're up. Use the Legion with the sealing array to deal with the situation. Wu Ming immediately acted, summoning his legions with sealing-based totem on their bodies to move forward. Wait, said Tai Gang, who suddenly received orders from the war room. Forget it. We will take a defensive position. Meanwhile, let's begin the immortal tier battles. Why the sudden change? Asked Wu Ming, but Tai Gang had an inkling. This decision was made either as a precautionary measure to save as much love or the war was proceeding too smoothly, and there was a need to slow down things and gather more data using different tactics. Under his order, all legions formed defensive stands and created interconnected energy shields to protect themselves from these mad martial artists. They were ordered not to worry about energy reserves as the alchemists would provide them with as many pills as necessary for a prolonged battle. Li Jun, protect the other Heaven Chosens, ordered Tai Gang. You want me to babysit? I refuse. Why? If these people are not adept at dealing with an immortal opponent, they should not call themselves Heaven Chosen. Fair point. Do you guys hear this? Said Tai Gang. And these people became riled up, calling out Tai Gang for even suggesting such a thing. The only calm response was the number 2 position, Di Jiaying. A smile crept on the corner of Tai Gang's mouth. Now, it's time for me to move. Without hesitation, he released his aura to call for a challenge, a towering martial artist who was 3.5 meters tall and holding 2 large hammers. The man released a projection of his inner world to show his strength as a first-class Dao ancestor insurgent. Let's use this fight to dampen their high morale, thought Tai Gang as he rushed toward his opponent. Strings of fate, Tai Gang moved his fingers as if he were a puppeteer controlling strings. Then, before the small giant man could respond, invisible strings around him became visible, cutting off his body, soul, and even his inner world. The martial artist looked at Tai Gang in shock, not thinking he would die so easily. Then, his body split into hundreds of pieces before the void energy in the surroundings finished it off. "What is this?" asked Tai Gang, who discovered a glowing yellow mud from this guy's inner world. Immortal Earth Essence. So, that's how he became first class. He smiled as this was a great find. He could leave it to cultivate a first-class Tao ancestor insurgent for his next life or trade it to the sect for something of equal value. "Who else?" asked Tai Gang, looking at the crowd. "I will be your opponent," said another first-class insurgent, but he was skinny with a third eye on his forehead. Tai Gang could not tell whether he was a subhuman race or this was a technique. This was unimportant as this man was just another dead opponent. He used the same technique without hesitation, but this man could see his fate strings and evaded. "Good job," thought Tai Gang. But what about the vibrations that come with the strings? But to his surprise, his opponent could detect or even see his hidden attack and evade. Furthermore, this martial artist was extremely fast. Kinetic vibration, Tai Gang siphoned vibration from everything that moved, and in this battlefield where gods, demons, and monsters were trying to kill each other, he had too many sources of vibrations. Even the rapid movement of his opponent was a source of power for him. "Don't you get it?" sneered the three-eyed martial artist. "Anything I can see cannot hurt me." In his eyes, everything around him had turned into vibrations and fluctuations, but it did not matter. He navigated through like he was walking in his house. It did not matter whether the vibrations originated from subatomic particles or some unknown ethereal or non-physical concept, he would evade it as long as he could see it. "This is annoying," thought Tai Gang. This technique reminded him of the Battle Maniac Source technique. He still needs to move so I could land a hit as long as I'm faster than him. However, this plan was flawed because he would need to be significantly faster than his opponent, which he was not. In that case, the only solution is to take away his sight, thought Tai Gang, who immediately formed a tactic to end this fight as soon as possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1071 Fourth Layer Battle, Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court, War Room. Wang Wei sat on a new throne, looking at the projection of the war from a formation. He was finally interested when he saw the white ring bursting with the power of death. He ordered the gathering of the bodies of these martial artists as materials for puppets, and the death chi was to feed the Genesis fruit. The death chi was too low in quality despite the high intensity. However, it was different for the Emperor artifact. It should benefit his body tempering and even aid his death Tao comprehension. Interesting. This war might be more beneficial than I anticipated. Maybe I can lure out some eats and snakes. Wang Wei looked in the distance, smiled before continuing to pay attention. Tai Gang held a head in his hand with 3 holes where the eye sockets should be. His tactic for this match was simple but direct. He bombarded his opponent with attacks to pressure him, forcing him to enter a state of extreme focus. The next step was for this martial artist's extreme state to be focused on him until he made a mistake in his visual ability by being too focused on something else. Tai Gang then took the opportunity or flaw in the latter's visual acumen to rip the third eye from him. Without it, the martial artist's visual prowess drastically decreased so he could take the other 2 eyes before killing him. "You were a worthy opponent, and I think I will remember you," thought Tai Gang, who kept the 3 eyes in case they were valuable. He looked around for his next victim before noticing a change in the 4th layer. Have the Eternals begun to clash? It seems things are heating up, thought Tai Gang before focusing on his layer. He soon frowned as he detected a powerful enemy approaching. He was immediately on guard as the approaching person raised his alarm bells. A first-class insurgent that is very close to eternal class. Now we're talking, thought Tai Gang, who felt the joy of when he was the Iron Fist ruler, challenging cultivators all over the world to break his limits and become a supernatural realm cultivator. Things are not going well. We are losing too many immortal powerhouses, groaned Lightning Fist. Have you noticed? These origin cultivators have terrifying battle experiences, and it's all of them. They are martial artists, and their cultivation system is more battle-oriented, and yet, they were being outclassed by their opponents in this field. How they fight reminds me of the demon cults, nodded Purple Dragon. The celestial demon cult has a cruel method of training Heaven Chosen. From age 10, their members are gathered in groups of hundreds, sometimes thousands. By the age of 15, only one group member will remain. Then, that member will acquire the title of Sacred Son and begin cultivating with the other survivors for the position of young cult leader. The final winner in that competition will be designated as the cult's next leader and Heaven Chosen to be fully cultivated for this generation's Heaven will. Is their cultivation system so perfect? Asked Lightning Fist. It's indeed a good system, but it should not be the cause of their battle experience, replied Qianheng. From how they fight, these people have obviously experienced thousands of battles against worthy foes. If I had to guess, it might have something to do with the dream world Su Shi mentioned. Using the power of dream to train, said Saber Snake. It's a perfect method if they can recreate all the rules of the real world. Everyone sighed as they understood what kind of opponent they were facing. What? Having regrets now? Asked Qianheng. It's not too late to surrender and let them spread their dream world. By then, we will also have access to it. Don't insult us, Your Majesty, said Lightning Fist. Nothing is worse for a martial artist than to abandon their convictions. The others did not say anything, but they felt the same. A martial artist must have a firm will and conviction, or they will never survive the death realm when facing death, let alone the even scarier Nirvana realm. I'm glad you feel this way, nodded Qianheng. Purple Dragon, you're up. Are you sure you don't want help? Let me gauge his ability first. If something goes wrong, you can jump in to help. Purple Dragon fixed his purple robe embroidered with dragons on the sleeves, followed by his dark long hair. It was a habit he developed long ago when one of his junior sisters told him he looked terrible after winning a fight to impress her. So, from that on, he ensured he looked perfect before every battle. Very well. Purple Dragon flew forward, and once he reached the formation, he was teleported to a special area in the void. Although he can see what's going on in this fight, he knows he cannot intervene, and all his actions will also not affect others. Ao Shin, come and die, he roared. Ao Shin, dressed in all black, appeared before him. That stench and disgusting aura, you're from the Rising Dragon sect. Yes, and like our founder, I've come to subdue a dragon. A killing intent flashed in Ao Shin's eyes. However, he did not lash out. Instead, he smirked, I participate in this war, especially to slaughter you guys. Any other factions might survive this war but yours, that, I promise. Purple Dragon shook his head, although dragons are innate creatures, at your core, you're like every demonic creature, vile, cruel, and lascivious. Ao Shin just smiled. He was only talking nonsense to this man because he wanted to analyze the origin of his strength. His body released an aura that he found extremely repulsive. Additionally, his eternal class strength is not from immortal chi, inner world, or God King, it's from his fleshly body. Ao Shin knew more than anyone how difficult it is to train the body to par with an eternal, but this weak sect with a weak foundation actually cultivated one. It seems he absorbed another body that was this powerful and perfectly inherited its strength. The only person who fits this description is their sect's founder. Did he leave his fleshly body before ascending? Now that he had figured things out, Aoshin had different ideas. Suppose he could add this person's body to the refining process of his proving Tao artifact. In that case, he will have the dragon-subduing characteristic, the antithesis of his existence and nature. He won't have to worry about techniques that directly target his kind in the future. Who would have thought you were a gift instead of a pest I needed to crush? Purple Dragon's body shivered after hearing these words. However, Aoshin did not care about his reaction as he activated his awakening, downing the dragon darkness armor. He instantly appeared before his opponent and punched him in the face. Boom! Purple Dragon took a dozen steps into the void with his arm crossed but successfully blocked the attack. So repulsive, sneered Aoshin, who felt a power emanating from his opponent's body with a natural ability to restrict him. This thing rejected his every essence and wanted to subdue it. If that bastard dragon subduing lived in this era, I would have hunted him down to the end of the Tao, sneered Aoshin before increasing his strength. He appeared next to Purple Dragon and kicked him in his ribs. However, he frowned as he detected something. Willpower manifestation, thought Aoshin, feeling the effect of this attack. He was unsurprised since he had spent years cultivating and understanding that world's cultivation system and knew it was very beneficial to manifesting willpower. You're weaker than I anticipated, taunted Purple Dragon. Although his ribs hurt, they were barely bruised and healed instantly. However, Aoshin pointed one of his sharp claws, and a small concentrated black orb manifested before turning into a potent beam full of the power of darkness. Purple Dragon's face changed as he released his dragon-subduing technique. A powerful repelling force emanated from his palm to confront the darkness beam. This attempt took him a few seconds, but he was soon revealed. Impossible, yelled Purple Dragon before being swallowed. He survived the attack, but his body was full of bruises. Why are you surprised? Asked Aoshin. Even if your power is my antithesis, it is still based on who's wielding it. It's apparent that you only recently acquired it and cannot even properly wield it. Stop talking nonsense, groaned Purple Dragon. You're right. This is not the time for talking, it's time for killing. Aoshin disappeared and flew out from Purple Dragon's shadow, which should not be possible since there is no light in the void for a shadow. He plunged his arm into his enemy's back, and Purple Dragon's fighting instinct kicked in. He moved his body, allowing the claws to reach his lungs instead of his heart. He released all his dragon-subduing power to push Aoshin away and buy him some time. He's only playing with me, he thought. In that case, there is no need to gauge his strength. Let's commence with the plan directly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1072 Buying Time. Purple Dragon's aura immediately changed, becoming more mysterious and eerie. He then started to say strange words, and a macabre phantom manifested behind. It had 6 arms, 3 heads, no legs, a red face that resembled a mask grimacing, and a black cloth that seemed to be both clothes and a part of his body. The strange creature looked at Aoshin, and one of its arms pointed at him and clenched his fist. A peculiar energy appeared on the dragon's body, making him stop his attack. So, that's how it is. You bastards took my bloodline when you hunted me down and now want to use it to curse and weaken me, he said with a sneer. It's not working, thought Purple Dragon before saying more incantations. The curse creature behind moved all 6 arms to increase the curse. The result was just a sneer from Aoshin and a look of pity. Then, the dragon rushed before him and plunged his hand into Purple Dragon's chest, ripping his heart out. Why is it not working? Asked Purple Dragon as blood dripped from his mouth, nose, and other orifices. I have a different bloodline now, replied Aoshin. And even if I didn't, do you think it's a simple matter to curse an eternal? Ocean exploded his head with one punch, but he knew the opponent was not dead since he was a body refiner. As expected, Purple Dragon exploded what remained of his body before regenerating in the distance. His face was pale as Ocean's Tao will and will manifestation overwhelmed him with those two punches. Without any choices remaining, he asked for help, so Lightning Fist and Snake Saber appeared in the fourth layer to help. "I thought you said your plan would work," asked Lightning Fist through divine sense, obviously frustrated. "This is not the time to fight. Now, we need to readjust ourselves to deal with the enemy." Although Snake Saber meditated, he was also unhappy with the plan's failure. "No, it can still work if you guys buy me some time." "What else can you do?" "The technique I'm using is one of my ancestors' greatest trophies when the Commerce Hub intervened on behalf of the Celestial Harmony world," explained Purple Dragon. "Get to the point," said Lightning Fist. "The technique is from one of the three Curse Kings." "Are you serious?" asked Lightning Fist. "Their world has heard of the infamous curse techniques from the Curse Haven world. Now that you mention it, this phantom resembled how our records described the malevolent Curse King," added Snake Saber. "It's him," nodded Purple Dragon. "So buy me enough time, and I can still curse him." "Alright. We'll see what we can do." Their conversation could no longer be described as fast. Ocean looked at the new presence and smiled. "The Heavenly Emperor says he will pay a good price for the bodies of any immortal sovereigns. It seems my luck has been on the rise recently." He focused on Purple Dragon, who sat cross-legged in the void behind those two. Ocean's brow furrowed as he noticed that the eyes in one of the Phantom's three heads were turning red. Additionally, his sixth sense was warning him of upcoming danger. "Let's end this quickly," he thought, immediately turning into a colossal black dragon. His dragon roar shook the void, and all the other layers had to momentarily stop and glance at him. Calamity of darkness. As Ocean moved forward, everything in a million light years in his surroundings turned into absolute darkness, and this was not a simple darkness where light was absent, and the senses were affected. No, this was the darkness that followed after the destruction of the world. "Damn it," roared Lightning Fist, who knew the enemy was no longer playing around. She immediately used her most potent offensive attack, Divine Dragon Lightning Fist. While enjoying her god position, she understood a little bit of the essence of divinity and created this technique. With this one punch, she manifested an enormous dragon composed of golden lightning. The dragon roared similarly to Ocean before directly confronting the darkness. Alas, this was a futile endeavor. The darkness swallowed it, and nothing else happened. There were no sounds, vibrations, or any signs of confrontation. The lightning dragon just disappeared, assimilated into the darkness. How could this be? Thought Lightning Fist as the darkness rapidly approached her, and she had no chance of surviving or even running away. Swish! An axe flew from the distance, containing an aura that indicated it would tear the darkness apart. It flew towards Lightning Fist, most likely to save her. However, before traveling far, a phoenix rushed out of nowhere and burned the axe. So, this is the end, thought Lightning Fist before a figure suddenly appeared before her. "You! We don't have much time. Take Purple Dragon and run away." "Why are you doing this?" Snake Saber smiled. "People always assume I'm up to no good because of my face. Maybe they will now truly know what kind of person I am. Because of such a stupid reason. That's enough for me." He turned to face the darkness and immediately sacrificed his immortal mansion for a drastic increase in power. Saber Snake then cast the most potent sealing technique he knew to stall this ever-encompassing darkness. Lightning Fist bit her lips and turned into a streak of lightning to rush to Purple Dragon. "We must leave." "No, I only need a little more time." One face had both eyes already red, and the second face was still in progress. "Can't you cast the curse back home?" "Well, yes, but with the distance, my low proficiency, and the dragon already prepared, it will take much more time and resources. Enough for me. No one is leaving here alive. Purple Dragon and Lightning Fist's faces changed. They did not notice when the darkness surrounded them. They looked around but did not see any sight of Ao Shin. Your face, yelped Lightning Fist, and Purple Dragon immediately realized he had dark tattoos creeping on his face and body. A curse. You're not the only one who can curse people, said Ao Shin, his voice originating from the darkness without showing up. Purple Dragon's face contorted in pain. Malevolent. King. One of the phantom's 3 heads opened its mouth, and all the black tattoos rushed into its stomach. Swallowing curse. What an interesting technique, said Ao Shin. But that won't change anything. Explode, roared Lightning Fist, sacrificing her fleshly body, immortal mansion and the soul inhabitants, and immortal chi to form an intense energy wave that tore through the darkness. Purple Dragon and her soul rushed out of the formation, heading home so they could have a chance to strategize and regroup. However, as they neared their escape, a dragon head suddenly popped out of nowhere and swallowed Purple Dragon. Lightning Fist was about to turn around to help him, but she abandoned her companion when she seemed to have received a message. Ao Shin's human form appeared, and he looked in the distance. It's a shame she escaped. However, the benefit is enough for now. After digesting Purple Dragon's body, his body refining should advance by leaps and bounds. Additionally, he preserved Snake Saber's body to exchange with the Heavenly Emperor. He turned into the distance to watch the other fight. Huo Fenghuang looked up and down at his opponent. Do you think you can win against me with that ring? I don't know, but I'm willing to try. She nodded. If there is something I admire about you, martial artists, it is your unwavering spirit and willpower. Although some people call it unnecessary stubbornness, I still respect it. With how battle-oriented your world is, we would have gotten along well, replied Qianheng. It's a shame your warmongering ways targeted us. You guys were simply unlucky. If your community were further away, you would not have been the first to suffer our wrath. But we would still have to suffer for it. Or, you would have already known what we're capable of and realized resisting was pointless. You said it yourself, we are unnecessarily stubborn. So, this battle was inevitable. Fair point, nodded Huo Fenghuang. Okay, enough of chit-chat. Let's get this started. She immediately activated her awakening. Her dress suddenly changed into an extravagant, lavish red hanfu with a phoenix embroidered and a black tortoise belt. She wore a blue dragon crown, Qilin-inspired rings, and white tiger shoes. Huo Fenghuang's natural aura, which was always prideful and noble, became even more regal. If she was already an unparalleled beauty, her awakening increased her charms or aura, further accentuating her beauty. Qianheng squinted his eyes before also activating his awakening. His changes were not nearly as elaborate as his opponent's. He only had a pair of metallic wings floating behind him, followed by red paint on the corner of his eyes, making him look more confident and aggressive. After the transformation, they rushed toward each other for a clash to test out their opponent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1073 The Slaughter. Huo Fenghuang's white tiger slaughter sword clashed with one of Qianheng's axes, and she moved her body to evade the second. They continued this simple clash for a minute, testing each other. Their clash reverberated throughout this world community. Then, Huo Fenghuang suddenly switched to using speed tactics in one swift motion, so she stabbed her swords more than 1 billion times in less than a second. Qianheng crossed the axes before him to block. Bang! Huo Fenghuang's sword attack was a distraction, and her actual attack was a kick to the chest. Qianheng's battle instincts kicked in, and he raised his knee to block the kick. He frowned as he sensed a red imprint on his legs oozing with the aura of slaughter. He activated his Tao will and will manifestation to remove the slaughter mark, but Hu Fenghuang had also placed these things in the mark to counter him. Boom! Qianheng kicked his opponent with the marked leg, and as soon as it came close, he exploded the leg before regenerating it, but his tactic failed as the mark was still there. Additionally, he discovered the mark was slowly siphoning his blood and stamina. Death Aura. Qianheng's ring released a dark aura that rapidly ate the mark. Then, he rushed to his opponent and used a void double slash. With the two swings of his axe, all the chaotic spatial energy in the void dispersed, creating a vacuum of energy, matter, and concepts. Hu Fenghuang calmly made a circular motion with her sword, creating a yin-yang symbol before her, which absorbed the power of the two axe attacks. Then, she rebounded them toward their creator. Qianheng tried to divert the slashes to the side, but the yin-yang symbol not only rebounded them but also increased their potency. Finally, he had to bear the brunt of an even more potent attack, resulting in a few injuries. Hu Fenghuang did not give her opponent time to breathe, so while he was blocking, she had already appeared before him, her sword shining all red. Spinning axe technique. Qianheng did not physically spin, but his body was surrounded by a tornado of axe slashes as if he had spun with tremendous speed. The glowing sword sliced through the tornado, but it gave him enough time to protect himself with a shield created from death power. Hu Fenghuang made a brilliant move as she used her yin-yang Dao to duplicate her sword, materializing it in her left hand. Qianheng was caught off guard, but it was too late to react. Her sword contained a technique to kill death, so it sliced through the shield along with the right side of Qianheng's body. Boom! Hu Fenghuang flew more than 10,000 meters away because of a single punch from Qianheng's left hand. She was surprised and did not expect this. However, she was not injured. A dragon scale appeared where she was hit. The axe is considered a heavy weapon. Did his body take on this particular characteristic of the weapon, thus drastically increasing his physical strength? Analyzed Hu Fenghuang. That's an interesting technique, maybe I underestimate him. She then frowned as she saw Qianheng's right side of the body regenerated. Although it looked gray and lifeless compared to the other parts of his body, it did regenerate. This was a clean hit with Tao will and will manifestation, so he should have been severely injured. But now, he looked perfectly fine. Her gaze shifted to the ring. This artifact was the only reason Qianheng could keep up with her lower four-fold strength. Let's remove it from the equation. Hu Fenghuang rushed toward him but discovered Qianheng was running away, heading toward his home world. Not on my watch, she thought before turning into a phoenix, chasing him. Roar! Billions of skeletons and undead appeared in her path as Qianheng used the ring to summon them. However, Hu Fenghuang did not stop for a moment and burned everything in her path. As she reached him, a voice suddenly appeared in her mind. No need to chase. Wang Wei. She thought, wondering why he stopped her. Then, her heavenly eyes saw the reason. Qianheng had nearly reached the coverage of the array protecting the martial hegemony world and had control of it. If he used it, his strength might reach the domain of five-fold. Coward, she muttered, her voice echoing in the void. However, Qianheng did not react. Instead, he roared, retreat. The martial artists were surprised by this order since they had the advantage with their immortality but would not disobey their commander. Meanwhile, Tai Gang received a communication from the war room, and they swiftly hashed out a countermeasure. Talisman Legion, provides sealing talisman to everyone. All legions are ordered to seal the area and prevent the enemy from escaping. Third layer Immortal combatants, your job is the same, prevent the enemy from retreating. Li Jun, you're up. It's time to go all out. Yes, kill as many as you want and as swiftly as possible. Haha, that's what I want to hear, laughed Li Jun, who no longer held back, releasing his aura on par with Peak 3 Root Dao Ancestor. As he mobilized his blood, the heat from his body drastically increased the temperature in this void and empty space. He flickered his spear, and the thing began to elongate at an alarming speed. It moved like an infinite snake, and everywhere it passed, it pierced through the head of a martial artist. With this one attack, the spear pierced more than 10,000 martial artists, scattered over millions of light years. With a thought, the spear returned to its original length. Li Jun then applied enough physical force to the spear's tip that space-time collapsed, creating an enormous black hole that swallowed more than 1,000,000 martial artists. "Stop him!" yelled a top of heaven chosen from the martial hegemony world. He was one of the top contenders in this generation after achieving 2-leaf strength. Sadly, the world had the demon cult leader and, in a terrible twist of fate, Su Shi. Li Jun ignored him. In front of him, these so-called immortals are a joke. He raised his left hand, and millions of metallic threats manifested out of nowhere. As he pulled, millions of martial artists had their heads sliced off. Li Jun looked at the top heaven chosen and used his slaughter word art. Explode. As soon as he uttered these words, these people could not resist. A cacophony of explosions echoed in the void, forming an intense melody that embodies war and destruction. Death plague, Li Jun's body released a dark aura, and everyone it hit dropped dead as their face turned white. A check with divine sense would show a terrible virus that targets their bodies and souls. With this attack, another few million people died. Li Jun went on a killing spree. He has no problem killing these people's immortality with his slaughter Dao, turning him into a dragon in a sheep's den. He used various intricate and unique ways to kill as many people as possible. The martial artists in the other layers wanted to save their young ones, especially the promising and talented ones. Unfortunately, they had their own trouble to worry about. Additionally, in this time of stress, many people have begun to abandon their spirit and choose to run or retreat. The myriad Emperor worlds heaven chosen watched this battle with shock. They knew Li Jun, someone from the same era as the Heavenly Emperor, was powerful since they challenged him for the #1 spot. However, they never knew the full extent of his power. Kai Rin-shu looked at this slaughter with clenched hands. He knew the top 10 heaven chosens was a difficult moat to cross, but seeing the strength of #1 shook him. He currently ranked 23rd, which is excellent considering the billions of participants and that in his world, only the moon goddess made the ranking, and she's 2,879th, out of 3,000, almost not making the list. However, he knew his situation was not the best. With the expansion, the martial hegemony world will enter the competition, so his rank might decrease further. The good news is Li Jun seemed to be slaughtering all this generation's geniuses, but the one still sealed might be an issue. The second bad news is his relationship with the Emperor Enlightening Academy. They supported him in conquering the world as it made spreading the mortal civilizations and other projects simpler. However, their response was vague or ambiguous whenever Kai Rin-shu suggested he wished to join them. He did not know whether this was because he blasphemed against the headmaster or another reason, but this situation worries him. It also did not help that he could not ask other factions since his Su dynasty was in the Academy's domain, and his actions might offend a top-class Eternal Emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1074 Defensive Stand. You couldn't kill such a weak Eternal, sneered Ao Shin. I feel embarrassed for you. Huo Fenghuang glanced at him. Do you think I don't know you're weaker than me without your proving Dao artifact? How about it? Want me to slap you around? Who's afraid of you? He retorted. Although he knew his current self was weaker, he knew she did not dare fight him since the Heavenly Emperor forbade any internal fight during this war. Huo Fenghuang ignored him, paying attention to her assignment. She watched Qianheng like a hawk while waiting for the war room's next command after Li Jun's slaughters ended. Near the martial hegemony world, we should do something, said Lightning Fist Soul, floating next to Qianheng. She watched so many of her fellows die but was powerless to do anything. She had never felt so frustrated and useless since she started practicing martial arts at the young age of 5 years old. "Don't you think I don't want to do anything?" said Qian Heng with clenched fists. He could sense the two eyes watching his every move. He knows if he dares move out of the formation's range, they bring the wrath of the heavens upon him. That's why he can only protect the retreating martial artists who reach near the formation's range. "So, we're not going to do anything at all. Just wait." Li Jun slaughtered 95% of the people in his lair. The scariest part is he did everything with a smirk on the corner of his mouth, indicating he enjoyed this mindless slaughter. "So, what's next?" he muttered. "All third layer Immortal Venerables," ordered Tai Gang. "Get into a formation with a Dao ancestor to support them. Li Jun, kill all the immortals in the third layer. Di Jiaying and the others, your task is to kill the legions in the first layer while we hold off the immortal commanders." "No problem." Li Jun entered the third layer and started another slaughter. On that day, the people of the Myriad Emperor world watched as one of their own slaughtered immortals like they were nothing but dogs or chickens. So many immortals shed blood on that day that this part of the endless void turned golden for decades. The result of this first confrontation was evident to anyone: the martial hegemony world lost horrendously. Although they had only lost one battle and the war had just started, things were not looking great. Qian Heng was eerily quiet as he watched the last of his people rush to safety. Such a grand army of billions and less than 5% survived. "Sir," Qian Heng raised his hand to stop her. "We are martial artists." His voice boomed in the void. "Our bodies and souls may fall, but our martial art will is eternal. Now, come, serve your home for the last time." As soon as he finished this incantation, billions of black lights resembling tiny lightnings rushed from all 4 layers of the battlefield to fuse with the white shield surrounding the martial hegemony world, slowly turning it black-red. "Stop him!" roared Tai Gang, and countless people attacked the world's protective shield, including the 2 Eternals, no, 3 Eternals, as Jian Sha also appeared to help. However, it was pointless. These people watched as billions of martial art wills empowered this formation. Qian Heng calmly watched them behind the protection, his hatred almost palpable. He disappeared. "What now?" asked someone. "We can rest and resupply while I discuss our next step with the war room," replied Tai Gang. The lower-tier cultivators could not stay in this environment for too long, so under his orders, a group of weapon refiners appeared and built resting artifacts in the void. During this break, everyone is checking their military points and exchanging resources. Ocean exchanged rare resources with Wang Wei, and he fed Snake Saber's body to the Genesis fruit. As expected, the Tier 11 essence contained in an immortal sovereign's body did attract and accelerate its growth. After a quick discussion, the war room sent the Sea Race's immortal sovereign and more insurgents to break the barrier as soon as possible. However, these people realized that it would take some time to open even with 4 eternal powerhouses. They still had to consider the slight time dilation between the void and the martial hegemony world. Martial hegemony world. Everyone in the court was absolutely silent. This war was a disaster, a fiasco, a wreck. It was all the synonyms of the word failure. "So, what now?" asked someone. "These sacrifices brought us a short rest, but what now?" "The only plan I have is to get more time," said Qian Heng. "We will rewrite the rules of the world to accelerate time. So, when these people eventually break our defense, we would have 100,000 or maybe millions of years to prepare. Have you thought of the consequences, Your Majesty? Trillions upon trillions of mortals will die as a result of chaotic temporal energy. Not just mortals, most Tier 1 to Tier 6 cultivators will not survive. Meanwhile, Tier 7 to 9 might suffer weird time-related injuries if they are not careful. This plan could turn catastrophic. We can take measures to save as many lives as possible," added Qian Heng. But, yes, there will be casualties. However, our priorities should be gathering resources to cultivate 1 or 2 immortal sovereigns. Meanwhile, we must also help the cult leader from proving the Tao. Qianheng glanced at a young man with blood-red eyes and star-shaped irises. The cult leader smiled after seeing Qianheng's gaze. Although he appeared gentle, no one would believe the leader of the demon cult to be a sane individual. "Any more suggestions?" asked Qianheng. "We need plans for the upcoming battle. We might not have the opportunity for a third battle." "How about asking the demon race for help?" suggested someone. "After what we've done to them, would they be willing to help?" The better question is, can we trust them? The demon race once ruled the world after the Null Era. However, after the creation of martial arts, their race was almost hunted to extinction. They had to run away to a few scattered islands in the east and could only survive until the current era because of the sea race's protection. "I will talk to the monster's sovereign and see if they're willing to help," stated Qianheng. "And if they don't, no one can escape this war." "Your Majesty, what about that old turtle? He might be a real problem." Qianheng grunted after hearing this. "Well, figure out something. Any other suggestions? I have a plan to give us a fighting chance." "You are Golden Fist Lu Hu." "Oh, the Alliance leader during the demon catastrophe." Whenever the martial hegemony world suffers a catastrophe, people worldwide call for establishing the martial alliance and electing a leader. This would have been the case if not for the appearance of the Heavenly Court. Such customs have existed since ancient times, and the dragon-subduing emperor was the alliance leader of his time. Before the celestial demon cult became the de facto leader of the demonic way, there was a catastrophe where these demons became too powerful and wanted to mess up the world. Golden Fist became the alliance leader because of his skills and strategic mind. "That's me, Your Majesty. What's your plan?" "I think we should. This would allow us to better concentrate our main power and increase our defense." "We can. Although this will require a lot of movement, it's worth it. The only issue is whether the Peaceful Life Palace can pull off this plan." "No problem," replied Reverend Tranquility. "We can also add some modifications. However, I also need to warn of the issue of resources. We must maintain the world formation and do this, so please don't think we are greedy when asking for many resources." "Don't worry about that," reassured Qianheng. "That's all I want to hear." "Anyone else?" "Is it possible to introduce a third party to this war to complicate it?" asked the cult leader. "What do you mean?" "For example, we tell the celestial harmony world that we are willing to surrender to them again only if they defeat the myriad emperor world and let them fight it out before facing them," said the cult leader. "Of course, that's assuming they won't join with the myriad emperor world to conquer us together. There is no chance for them to work together because of their connection to the commerce hub, but your plan will not work for another reason," explained Qianheng. "And what is that?" "From what I know, the entire commerce hub fears the first heavenly emperor." The room immediately became quiet. What kind of existence was the commerce hub? An alliance that spent more than 1,000 world communities. Their world gained freedom from the celestial harmony world, one of their core members, not because of their strength but because of internal fighting. These Taoists had political enemies in the hub, and they used their fight with the martial hegemony world to weaken them. Otherwise, if the hub wanted to wipe them out, it would be more than simple. But such a humongous power was scared of one man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1075 Desperate and Fierce Resistance. Is it possible to get someone else involved? Asked the cult leader stiffly. For example, a world not affiliated with the commerce hub, preferably one with a natural disposition or culture of war and conquest. This idea is only feasible on paper, said Golden Fist. We are currently completely isolated, and I doubt our enemy would give us the slightest chance to contact any aid. And just the fact that no one had tried to benefit in this conflict is further proof of the people's fear of the first heavenly emperor. Many worlds love to make a profit during times of war. They will sell resources at high prices or exchange for rarer ones, provide manpower in the form of mercenaries or even lend their armies, and sell information. However, none of this has happened. The entire world is watching this war, but everyone is quiet. Even the corpse-selling sect, which is always present in every conflict and collects bodies by any means necessary, did not show up. So, are we just going to give up because of the difficulty? Continued the cult leader. In the current situation, foreign aid is our best option. The room became silent. As much as they hated foreigners, these martial artists understood after this first battle that they desperately needed help. Sir Lu Hu, what do you think? Asked Qianheng. We can try to send a signal for aid, but our best choice would be to send emissaries through the source chi space and hope they pass this blockade. Qianheng and many people secretly groaned after hearing this. Navigating the source chi space was virtually impossible because of how vast and complex it was. While it's technically possible to use it to travel from one world community to another, what is most likely to happen is someone being lost or ending somewhere in primordial chaos. Only paragons can navigate the source chi space, but only a few. So, whoever is sent as an emissary has a low chance of succeeding, even if blessed with tremendous luck, or surviving. Then, well, do that, nodded Qianheng. If you have more ideas, state them. The meeting continued for a few more hours, and they discussed many ways to resist, including providing the resources for Lightning Fist to return to her peak. Once everything was discussed and agreed upon, Qianheng finally had a moment to himself. He ensured he was alone before raising his hand. Someone appeared before him a few minutes later. I need you to continue what you started. After setting things here, he rushed to the islands to see the monster sovereign and that old turtle. Outside of the martial hegemony world, countless powerhouses attacked the world protective shield relentlessly. It was a sight to see as hundreds of immortal, Tao, and Emperor artifacts shone with brilliant lights. Array masters were constantly analyzing the formation to find or create weaknesses. Commander, we've intercepted a distress signal, said one of the lead array master. Distress signal? Yes. We've blocked the entire world, preventing them from teleporting or communicating with the outside world. However, they used vibration from the world shield to ask for help. What should we do? Do we just block, or do you have any other plans? Tai Gang thought momentarily, just block it. No, release it, suddenly said Wang Wei. Let's see if we can bait others into intervening in this conflict. As you wish, Your Majesty. No problem. Also, I will send the array virus and test to see if they are useful, Wang Wei added. Excellent, commented Tai Gang. The last time the array virus showed a public appearance was during the Heaven Chosen trial. However, after so many years, the thing has been optimized and further developed by many people, including Miscellaneous One. Soon, the team received a red disc that somewhat resembled formation discs. After being instructed on what to do, they activated the item. As expected, the speed of breaking through the formation suddenly accelerated. It would have been broken instantly if not for the martial arts wills empowering this shield. Bang! Huo Fenghuang's sword was the last attack that broke the shield. The soldiers cheered, but no one rushed. Tai Gang, Ao Shin, and Huo Fenghuang led a small group of soldiers inside as a vanguard. As soon as they stepped into the world, something exploded. Luckily, these people were at the top of the power ceiling, and this attempt was pointless to them. What happened? Asked Tai Gang, who could not see anything around him no matter where he looked. We're surrounded by formations, explained Huo Fenghuang with a frown. More importantly, these formations can even hide from my sight. Not only were these things invisible, but the world was surrounded by a fog that isolated visions and divine sense. How is that possible? This world's heavenly Tao was willing to waste much world source to aid its people, explained Ao Shin, who noticed the fog and other anomalous things. Can you deal with them? Asked Tai Gang. Let's just detonate all of them, said Hufeng Huang before she started attacking everything with her sight. She did not go all out since she needed to preserve this world, but her actions were successful. Most of the hidden formations detonated upon coming into contact with her attacks. We should be careful as these people seemed ready, warned Ao Shin, and Tai Gang nodded. He sensed the abnormal temporal energy in the surroundings and had an inkling of what these people did. Can our soldiers land? Asked Tai Gang. No problem, but there seem to be many hidden things in this world, warned Hufeng Huang. At this point, will conquering this world even be worth it? Asked the Dark Dragon. After using so much world source to defend themselves, they might only acquire a shelf of a world. You've forgotten they've established a court, so they must have saved a lot of world source, reminded Hufeng Huang. You're right. Plus, as long as this place is still a heavenly world, it should be worth it. Tai Gang had called the troops to land on this world while warning them of the danger. He plans to settle everyone before sending a scouting regiment to prepare for the unseen. Tai Gang suddenly heard a loud sound while discussing how to proceed with the war room. Watch out, yelled Hufeng Huang. Boom! All the soldiers were engulfed in a firestorm followed by intense poisonous ashes. Luckily, she reacted fast enough and protected everyone. Was that a volcano explosion? Asked one of the officers. However, the latter's words did not end as the ground surrounding their location began to tremble and collapse. The soldiers had to stay in the air to prevent them from falling, but then, the gravity in their area suddenly increased 1,000,000 times. Without the Immortal's help, these soldiers would have become meat paste. What's going on? It's like the entire world is fighting against us. That's because it is, said Hufeng Huang, looking in the distance. It's treating us as invading species or parasites. Her words were immediately proven correct as the temperature around them suddenly dropped to an abysmal level. In this weather, even a quasi-emperor will freeze to death. All saints and above, deploy your domain and regulate our surroundings, ordered Tai Gang, and the soldiers followed his orders. With billions of domains, their landing spot became a place whose laws or rules of heaven and earth were no longer under heavenly Tao's control. I think we should be safe for now, muttered a soldier, and his companion wanted to shush him so as not to jinx things. Unfortunately, it was too late as low-level soldiers began to fall to the ground with dark veins on their necks and bodies. What is it this time? Complained Tai Gang as he rushed to check the nearest soldiers, and as expected, he could not see anything. Those martial artists are really desperate, commented Ao Shin. What happened? Asked Tai Gang. They've corrupted the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, explained Hufeng Huang. Anyone who absorbs any energy in this place will be poisoned. Tai Gan groaned. Only immortals have genuinely escaped the shackles of qi. Tiers 7 to 9 might have a very low reliance, but they still need it. Meanwhile, anyone of tier 6 and lower cannot survive long without absorbing qi to replenish their origin essence. From now on, all soldiers can only use pills to recuperate their qi, ordered Tai Gang before pausing. Wait. The war room ordered you 4 to open small breaches in the source qi space to provide energy for the soldiers. That'll be more cost-effective. Will that count as part of our military exploits? Yes, nodded Tai Gang, so the eternal powerhouses started acting in their order. After adequate rest, enough qi, and without worrying about Mother Nature literally killing them, the group advanced inland, further into the fog. Tai Gang decided to gather more information before making an adequate plan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1076 Heaven, Earth, and Yin Yang. Tai Gang stopped the moving legions due to the intense fog. The lack of visibility or detection abilities worried him, and he feared whatever traps his enemy was planning for them. Should we remove the fog? Asked Tai Gang. It could be what they expect us to do, stated Ao Shin. So, gathering more information before acting is the best option. I found a human town nearby, said Hufeng Huang, activating her heavenly eye to its full extent. Let's check it out. Jian Sha and the sea race immortal sovereign named Zhao Qiu stayed behind to protect the troops as the three rushed to their destination. The moment they landed outside the village, they detected an anomaly. The mortals in this town looked weird. Some people had old faces with young bodies, old bodies with young faces, normal bodies with baby arms, faces that were part old and part young, and many odd-shaped bodies. This should be the adverse effect of forcefully messing with the entire world's time, commented Hufeng Huang. We need to calculate how long has passed, as this could affect the battle's tide, added Ao Shin. My eye can't see anything, and this place is disturbing any divination, said Hufeng Huang, looking at the sky. It will take me a little while to find the answer. It's best to take a sample of the temporal energy in the world and have Su Shi or the Heavenly Emperor analyze it. I'll do that, said Tai Gang. No need, suddenly said Wang Wei. It's been a little over 75,000 years. That's long enough to make a difference, muttered Ao Shin. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Disperse the fog and prepare for the real battle, replied Wang Wei, and the two Eternals immediately acted. They flew into the hair and used absolute force. Hufeng Huang released a flame that burned everything in its path, while Ao Shin released a devouring power that swallowed the fog. As expected, some weird creatures from the fog had the power to affect the mind or senses, but with two top eternal powerhouses, they posed no issues. Soon, the entire world was cleared as divine sense, and other senses could function as usual. That's when everyone saw it, a giant shield that separated the martial hegemony world into two. One side was still blocked by fog, and the other cleared. The world's composition was basic, an enormous consecutive continent with a few scattered islands. So, the separation was easily accomplished and apparent. So, that's their tactic, muttered Ao Shin. As he scanned his side of the formation, there were only sick mortals. All the cultivators moved to the other side, they even moved the location of their lineages to the other side. A yin-yang formation, thought Hufeng Huang. She noticed the difference between their sides, which represented yin or evil, and the martial artist's side, which represented yang and everything good. Why does this array look even more powerful than the world-protecting one? She frowned at this thought before voicing her concerns. Tai Gang swiftly called the array masters to give an analysis and summary. Brilliant, said an elderly Dao ancestor wearing blue clothes, long white hair floating in the hair, and caressing his long white beard. I thought their development of profession Dao was subpar, but they developed such a brilliant array. You can see the obvious Taoist ideologies in it. Can you explain? Asked Tai Gang. This array combines heaven, earth, and yin-yang, explained the array master. The one we destroy to enter this world is heaven, and this one is earth. It uses yin-yang to strengthen earth further, with a secondary boost from martial art will. Furthermore, heavenly Dao might be providing them with world sources to aid them further. Tai Gang groaned, this is getting annoying. Can you break it? Yes, but it will take time. What about the array virus? Yin-yang does not only represent the opposite but also changes, replied the array master. And that's one weakness of the array virus, so it will still take some time. Do you have a way to accelerate the process? Disintegrate it from the inside, send more powerhouses, or have His Majesty act personally. Tai Gang waved, do your best, and I'll see what I can do about more powerhouses. He communicated with the war room for the next step. He needed more resources, more soldiers, more everything. Additionally, Tai Gang needed to know what to do with this conquered land as they technically owned half of the world. The war room agreed to send the Void Time Empress to heal the mortal sickness as they are valuable. Alert! Enemy attack! Tai Gang rushed over and saw what was happening. The sky turned dark because an incalculable amount of creatures rushed out of the formation. Due to this sudden attack, many of the array masters close to the shield were killed. Damn it, why are those people so careless, muttered Tai Gang, who knew why. The war has been proceeding so smoothly that some people have relaxed their guard or become arrogant. He swiftly mobilized all the legions to prepare for war. Tai Gang frowned as he saw the enemy. Are those demon races? He hesitated because these creatures had glowing red eyes, and their bodies released a dark, eerie, shadowy aura. Tai Gang suddenly felt his body tremble and the surrounding temperature dropping to a freezing degree. He looked around to find the source and saw an irate Ao Shin. He sighed. Damn you, roared Ao Shin, shaking the entire world. Calm down, or you'll destroy the world, said Huafeng Huang. How can Ao Shin calm down? He knew the plight of the demon race in this world and planned to lure them to migrate to the northern continent. Additionally, he owed a few of them karma for saving him when he was here. But now, he saw his plan fail, and his people turned into mindless killing machines and cannon fodder. Ao Shin exhaled to calm down. Is it possible to save them? After all, we need them for the demon school. His only chance was for the war room to see his point and agree. You should understand with their destroyed or corrupted souls, it's no longer worth the effort to save them, said Huafeng Huang, making Ao Shin snort coldly. You should watch out, Huafeng Huang told Tai Gang. These creatures contain terrifying poisons, curses, and diseases. I understand. Tai Gang ordered alchemy and talisman legions to act as aid for this battle, reducing the casualties from these causes. Even with these preparations, the loss was more than he had anticipated. After the battle, Tai Gang instructed the array masters to place formations to prevent another sneak attack while also gathering these demons' bodies to see if they would be of use. He expected this was only the first wave and more was to come. Tai Gang suddenly sensed a shift in the world and looked in the distance. There it was, a handsome man in white clothes with flowing silver-gray hair, the Heavenly Emperor. He did not release any aura or make his presence known, but his every existence changed the fundamental concepts of the world, such as matter, energy, space, time, and fate. So, all eyes were immediately on him. All hail His Majesty. Be at ease, said Wang Wei calmly before looking at the shield. Sir Qianheng, how about a conversation? After a few seconds, the fog cleared briefly as a man in red armor appeared floating in the sky. Wang Wei, said Qianheng with gritted teeth and hatred in his eyes, his arm crossed before him. No one knows this is just a facade, that this proud martial artist had to use every ounce of his willpower to prevent his body from trembling out of pure fear. Martial artists have a naturally sharper instinct than many other paths or systems, and Qianheng, one of the best in this system, shared this ability. So, he knew how scary this man was the moment he laid eyes on him. He knew this person could kill him by simply breathing a little harder. He knew that this formation, which was the embodiment of their world's civilization and their hope, could not protect him. The fear was so intense that Qianheng felt his body, mind, and soul collapsing. He felt ashamed, so he did everything to resist that fear. To his surprise, he discovered his willpower being tempered at a tremendous speed. Wang Wei smiled. You should now understand how pointless your resistance is. So, why not stop wasting each other's time? Veins appeared on Qianheng's neck as he realized this war was nothing but a game for this man. He could have conquered this place alone in less than a few minutes if he wanted to. Qianheng realized the ease at which this man could conquer his home. This news devastated him. Regardless, we will never surrender, replied Qianheng. Death is better than subjugation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1077 Traitors. So, you're doing all this because of pride. You will allow trillions to die for such a stupid thing? Asked Wang Wei. Not just any pride, but the pride of martial artists, replied Qianheng. If we back down now and surrender, the collective martial art will of all the cultivators in this world will shatter, turning our cultivation system into a waste. The core idea of their martial arts system is that they can bend and stretch but cannot surrender. Otherwise, no one will ever pass the death realm, let alone condense a golden body. So, this war has become one to preserve their world, culture, and cultivation systems. Not to mention, I believe you're a scourge to the lower dimension, continued Qianheng. I hope our resistance signals other worlds to resist no matter whether they are destined to lose. Wang Wei's eyes squinted after hearing those words. He noticed a strange destiny gathering around Qianheng. Interesting. Is this a natural response to true heavenly Tao's balance mechanism? True heavenly Tao must function based on balance, at least in the lower dimension. As such, even if the latter favored him and blessed him with a great destiny, it would also place difficulty in its path. Or is this Supreme Unity's last-ditch effort to prevent me from making the lower dimension enter an era of prosperity? Supreme Unity is one of the few things that can disturb true heavenly Tao's balance mechanism, making it act out of character or with true selfish motives. Qianheng or anyone who inherits this destiny is not a threat to me, but I should still watch them closely to prevent any unknown variable, concluded Wang Wei. His gaze shifted beyond Qianheng into the fog. What about you guys? His voice penetrated the fog and transmitted to all the top echelons standing in this world's court, watching and strategizing for this war. Do you also share the same idea as Qianheng? Do you want your world to suffer because of his choice? The room was quiet until Lightning Fist summoned the courage to speak. We do. She would never allow Snake Saber's sacrifice to be in vain. So, she was prepared to fight until her dying breath and would kill anyone who betrayed the world or surrendered. After she spoke, the others also followed. Whether they honestly shared this sentiment or wanted to follow the crowd, it did not matter since they agreed on fighting until their last breath. What a shame, sighed Wang Wei before his eyes shifted to Reverend Tranquility. Although he was not present in the room, everyone could tell who he was looking at. The people from the celestial harmony world. What? What are you talking about? Said the Reverend with an ugly expression. What a brilliant plan, continued Wang Wei. These Taoists cut off one of their legs to ensure they could leave a pawn in this world, and then they began their invasion from the shadows. They controlled 70% of this world's professional Tao, especially the alchemy Tao. Then, when the time comes for their return, they only need to stop providing their service, and this world will enter a long period of chaos as people realize they can no longer acquire the resources they need to cultivate. By then, an invasion has a much higher chance of success. What a brilliant strategy. I wonder who came up with it. The room's temperature immediately dropped to freezing as countless eyes stared at Reverend Tranquility. Don't listen to him, said the Taoist martial artist. He's planting seeds of doubt, trying to disintegrate us from the inside. Despite the logical arguments behind these words, the people could not stop their wariness as the first Heavenly Emperor's words contained a glaring truth. The Peaceful Life Palace does control 70% of the professional Taoist market, and if something happens to them, the world would be chaotic. The Peaceful Life Palace has had a monopoly on the best resources for Tier 4 to 6, which is the realm that requires the most resources. Numerous top emperor lineages spend a lot of money buying life energy pills, and its varieties like Yin-Yang Life Energy Pill, for their factions. They might have the recipe and alchemist to refine some of these pills, but they want their heaven chosens to use their best, and only the Peaceful Life Palace can provide these pills. Reverend Tranquility is right. Don't listen to his nonsense, said Qianheng. Tell these Taoists that I'm interested in a conversation with them, said Wang Wei before his gaze shifted to the new eternal powerhouse of this world, the celestial demon cult leader. The same for the people behind you. Wang Wei left, not caring about the chaos his words will cause. He walked to an established tent and summoned the eternal powerhouses. You should all be careful as this war might have outside interference. Don't be careless and suffer, warned Wang Wei. We understand. Ao Shen, go on a diplomatic mission to the Sea Race leader. Convince him to join our side, explained Wang Wei before summoning a healing pill. What is this for? Asked Ao Shen. These martial artists injured him when he refused to join their side. He is currently hiding in the sea with a few surviving demon races. Give this pill as a gift even if he does not join us. There are surviving demons. He had scanned this side of the world and the ocean and found nothing. Yes, but only a small percentage, nodded Wang Wei before giving him the location. Be careful and respectful. That old turtle is very powerful. It took all their eternal powerhouses to injure, and even then, they only succeeded because he was protecting his people. Wang Wei was not exaggerating as he was shocked when he saw what happened. He had never met such a powerful immortal sovereign. How strong are we talking about? Asked Ao Shen. Compared to 5-fold battle realm, and he's equal to 6-fold in the ocean. A hidden eternal emperor. No, he's an immortal sovereign. Can they reach such a power level with the lower dimension suppression? Asked Ao Shen. Apparently, yes, but only with enough time. How long has this turtle lived? He survived the Null Era, so he can be called ancient. Now it makes more sense, nodded Ao Shen. Go discreetly, added Wang Wei before dismissing everybody. Then, with a wave of his hand, a screen floated before him, showing a beautiful face after a few minutes. Sword 1 appeared on the screen without her mask. Sect Master, she saluted. We're alone, so there is no need for the formality, Wang Wei replied casually. What's the latest news? The same. They want to intervene in this confrontation but still fear you. They've been putting more pressure on He-Shi, asking him to fulfill his promise. Wang Wei nodded. What's He-Shi's response? We haven't found out exactly, but we know he's placated many factions while the rest are still mad at him. So, he might be already prepared or still preparing, uttered Wang Wei. Has our business been affected? On the contrary, it's booming better than before. They are trying to appease us and have opened many doors for us, explained Sword 1. Of course, that's a facade. When the moment is right, they will strike and take everything. Wang Wei nodded as this tactic was obvious. What about the Star Beast world? How is their business? Some people tried to sanction them until we intervened, and they backed down. They also started treating them like us. Wang Wei did not say anything as he became lost in his thoughts for a few seconds. Anything else to report? Someone wants to propose expanding the hub to all world communities before gathering everyone's power to deal with us. We've temporarily delayed him until you decide what we should do. There is no need to delay him. A rapid expansion at this stage of the game will only scatter their forces and make them even more vulnerable. If they are stupid enough to do such a thing, I would praise heaven, commented Wang Wei. As you wish. Any other order? Tell Wang Ju to keep watch on the Abyss Gap, added Wang Wei. I don't want these bastards to release the seal out of desperation. I will. After this call, Wang Wei contacted Gao Buqin and Desolate On in the Battle Spirit world to check on He-Shi's actions. He received some bad news as the alliance of Emperor lineages Gao Buqin created to balance the Spirit Genesis sect contained some traitors. Some information has been leaked, and they have lost their ability to monitor He-Shi. Wang Wei promised to send them more Fate Shadow Guard to rectify the situation before ending the conversation. Once this war ends, it's time to finish things with He-Shi, Emperor Jia, and the Commerce Hub, thought Wang Wei. He looked in the distance and smiled before disappearing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1078 Death and Weapon, Celestial Demon Cult. The cult leader sat on his throne with the elders and supervisors. He kept tapping on his throne with his finger and looking annoyed. After a few seconds, he said, "Why don't you say anything?" "Our situation is not ideal," said Red Eye. "These martial artists did not trust us before, now, it's even worse. How can they believe such nonsense? Our soldiers were the first in the front line, we provided the best resources and the most powerhouses," complained a female elder. "We should just accelerate the plan and take over the court." "That would be stupid. Qian Heng is popular, and the people respect him. So, they would just rebel even if we use force. So, we're not going to do anything. The best option is for the cult leader to prove itself in this war," said Red Eye. "Increase his popularity and trust. Then, after the war or if something happens to Qian Heng, he will be the de facto leader." "But, can we even win this war?" The room was immediately quiet. After seeing the first Heavenly Emperor, they already understood the fate that awaited them. "Should we just surrender?" "That's not an option," replied Red Eye. "Although I despise Qian Heng, he's correct on this issue. If we surrender without a fair fight, our martial arts will crumble, resulting in the possible destruction of the cult. But by the time we put up a fair fight, the enemy might no longer wish to show mercy." That was the crux of the problem, but there was no solution to this issue, unless they wanted to abandon their martial arts path for something else. "All right, you're all dismissed," said the cult leader. "I need some time alone to think." Everyone dispersed, and he sat silently on his throne, his star-shaped irises moving independently. "The inside of the world, Commander, we have excellent news," reported an elderly array master. "What happened?" asked Tai Gang. "The array weakened." Why?" "It appears that the people controlling it are no longer professionals or using their best effort." "Internal contradiction," muttered Tai Gang with a smile as he thought of something. "Tell me what you need to further accelerate its destruction." After the discussion, Tai Gang contacted the war room, and soon afterward, numerous new portals appeared with new legions, professionals, resources, and powerhouses. They were divided into two groups, the one focusing on taking down the formation and the people healing the mortals. For the next few days, more demon race cannon fodders to harass the enemy and dwindle their numbers. Tai Gang was on guard, so they never suffered from another sneak attack, but his legions suffered casualties because of how savage and mindless these beasts fought. Su Shi finished her work 3 days later and cured all the remaining mortals. They returned to a normal appearance, but many people lost much of their lifespans in the process. However, that was not an issue as their lifespan drastically increased after these people entered the era of mortal civilization. Once her work finished, Su Shi left. She still did not want to participate in this war out of respect. So, after putting the mortals in a safe environment to ensure the aftershock of this war would not annihilate them, she returned to the court. On the 5th day after landing on this world, a roar from the heavens shook the entire world. Then, a colossal blue turtle whose body covered the entire sky appeared before the world, heading straight for the shield. "Turtle King, what are you doing?" yelled Qian Heng, manifesting in the yang side of the shield. "Making you pay. You should understand why we did it." I don't care about your nonsense," yelled the Turtle King. "I promise to remain neutral, but you still attack the people under my protection. Now suffer for your actions." Boom! He crashed into the shield, shaking the entire world. Qian Heng exhaled to calm down. "I know what we did was wrong, but this is no excuse to work for these invaders. I don't care." Boom! "Turtle King, be reasonable. I promise an old friend to protect his descendants." The turtle's voice boomed between heaven and earth. But you wiped out his lineage by killing the monster sovereign and all his bloodline. Boom. I didn't know. You reap what you sow, replied the turtle before continuing his onslaught. The other Origin cultivator powerhouses helped, and cracks appeared on the shield after less than 30 minutes. Qianheng glanced at them with red eyes before leaving. He knew he had little time and needed to worry. After 2 hours, the shield finally broke, releasing the fog from the Yang side. However, the fog was blown away with one breath from the turtle. A yin-yang symbol appeared in the sky, releasing an invisible wave that affected the entire world. What's going on? Asked Tai Gang. They've changed the order-disorder of the world with the help of Heavenly Tao and this formation, replied Ao Shin. What specifically did they change? No immortal can attack a mortal. To be precise, no one with immortal strength can attack someone with mortal strength, added Hu Feng Huang. So, they are targeting Li Jun, most likely. Tai Gang grunted, can we break this new rule? What's the price for ignoring it? Exile, replied Hu Feng Huang, using her heavenly eye to analyze the situation. That's not so bad. You're wrong, said Ao Shin. Their final trump card is an Emperor artifact created with only one purpose, exiling people to the upper dimension. If you add the world source they are willing to spend, this is a problem, added Hu Feng Huang. Wait, if they have such a trump card, why not use it as a sneak attack? Why use it as the eye of a formation, which will make it easier to be discovered? I don't know, shrugged Ao Shin. It might have to do with the fact this artifact seems to require the formation to function, added Hu Feng Huang, making Tai Gang frown. This group did not know that the first Eternal of this world, the one with the martial ancestor Destiny, the Eternal Fist Emperor, left this artifact to protect his homeworld. However, he also had selfish desires. He wanted his family to last, so he left the restrictions that only his bloodline could activate the artifact. Sadly, even with Destiny protecting them, his family became extinct, and the artifact was lost and became useless. Someone revealed news about the artifact, and the Peaceful Life Palace used this brilliant formation to activate it. As this group had a swift conversation, the situation was rapidly changing. A cage or barrier suddenly appeared around the Turtle King, sealing him. No one had time to react. What is it now? Complained Tai Gang. Heaven, earth, and human. This is the human array, said Ao Shin. We should have seen this coming. He swiftly analyzed the situation, and there was good news. This formation was the weakest, so the Turtle King could escape on his own. The enemy's plan was most likely to temporarily remove him from the battlefield. Watch out, yelled Hu Feng Huang, but before she could react, Qianheng and the cult leader appeared next to her, blocking her path. Meanwhile, Ao Shin suddenly had dark marks all over his face and body. This is that bastard's curse. Isn't he dead? Lightning Fist, Purple Dragon, and another immortal sovereign appeared before him and used their most potent attacks. Their objective was obvious: kill him as soon as possible. They had a fourth eternal powerhouse, but their job was to hold off the enemy's other two immortal sovereigns. Boom! Ao Shin flew into the distance, his black armor full of cracks, broken bits, and blood dripping from his ear and nose. Despite his appearance, he was only injured and not dead, all because of the whip on his hand, which was composed of dragon scales. People thought he asked for precious resources to exchange for the immortal sovereign. Still, only he knew that he asked the Heavenly Emperor to give him enough time to finish his Proving Tao artifact as soon as possible. Then, according to his plan, he turned his former body into a multi-purpose whip. Ao Shin's aura increased with the weapon at hand. He licked his lips as he looked at his opponents. I'm going to enjoy slaughtering all of you, especially you. I will ensure you stay dead this time. How can the plan fail? Muttered Purple Dragon, but Ao Shin would not tell him his former body contained a trace of chaos bloodline, and he has too many abilities to deal with curses. even if it's one of the very best. Ocean was about to move when he sensed something. As he gazed over, he saw Qian Heng and someone else sealing Huofeng Huang before a third person wearing a hood appeared and attacked her. She won't survive this one, he thought calmly. He detected the eternal aura from the hooded individual. Boom! Huofeng Huang had no chance to react, and her body and soul were annihilated. Of course, as an eternal, she did not experience true death. Swish! To everyone's surprise, Huofeng Huang appeared perfectly intact, except for the irate and fierce look she gave her attackers. She had never been so angry, and for good reason. After many years of hard work and unparalleled talent, she finally turned her Phoenix bloodline into a longevity bloodline, granting her an extra life. But she had to waste it on this war that she thought would be a piece of cake. Although she could regain that life with enough time and resources, Huofeng Huang did not know whether she could succeed during her time in the lower dimension, a fact that has greatly hindered many of her plans. I'm going to make you pay. However, before she could act, the sky suddenly changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1079 Dark Illusion. I haven't gone after you, but you, little rats, dare to show yourself before me. Wang Wei's voice echoed between heaven and earth as a towering hand descended and caught the hooded individual. He tried to resist, but it was futile. People stopped to watch everything before focusing on their battle. Ocean faced three opponents, Lightning Fist, Purple Dragon, and Divine Armament Body, a 3-meter-tall burly martial artist with hoe hair, not a monk. However, despite being outnumbered, his eyes indicated he saw these people as only prey. Flower Blade is asking for help, said Lightning Fist through divine sense. Can't he hold any longer? I don't think we'll be able to deal with that dragon anytime soon, Purple Dragon replied. He's holding 2 enemy immortal sovereigns, what do you think? Tell him to sacrifice as many first-class insurgents as he needs to buy us enough time. Let's see what His Majesty has to say about this. Huofeng Huang had already activated her awakening, as she stared at the enemy. The cult leader's strength is only 3-fold, an indication of his talent, but the ring boosted him to medium 4-fold, and even later stage 4-fold, she thought with a frown. The good news is Qian Heng's strength has weakened. Qian Heng was only 2-fold, and the ring pushed him to peak 3-fold. Now that he had handed over the death ring, his strength returned to its original level, but he improved during the 75,000 years of training and reached a lower 3-fold. The situation is not ideal to me, summarized Huofeng Huang. Although she did not want to admit it, she was currently no match for the cult leader unless she came up with a solution, not to mention an additional Qian Heng. Flower Blade is asking for assistance, communicated Qian Heng through divine sense, making the cult leader frown. He would prefer they fought together to ensure victory, but he also understood the need to protect their eternal powerhouses. You can leave. I'll be fine here alone. His people told him to show off during this fight to increase prestige, and this was the perfect opportunity. Qian Heng teleported into the distance, and Huofeng Huang squinted her eyes. What do I call you? She asked. Why does that matter? I want to know whether you'll be memorable or not. Hee, what an interesting woman, chuckled the cult leader, who fully activated his awakening, who was a similar vision type as Wang Weiss. A black or ominous star appeared floating above his head. The title is Demon Star Eye Emperor. That's a mouthful, mused Huofeng Huang while she chanted in her mind, by my noble blood, I, the matriarch of the Huo clan, call upon all the ancestors' spirit to bless me in this upcoming war. Numerous spirits or phantoms manifested above her head before turning into golden motes of light and entering her body. With the blessing from the ancestors of the ancient clan, her aura drastically increased, reaching the same level as Su Shi, 4-fold peak. The cult leader's face changed, and he hurriedly mobilized more power from the death ring. No, you don't, said Hufeng Huang. Wang Wei told them not to waste time and end this war as soon as possible. In other words, all powerhouses were instructed to go all out to finish this pointless war. She appeared before him and decapitated his head with one swing of her white tiger divine sword. However, his body did not shed blood and evaporated like it was nothing but clouds. Then, the world around her changed, turning into a hellscape. She could feel the surging heat underneath her feet, followed by the intense smell of sulfur and the eerie atmosphere or aura in the surroundings. A new world. Domain. No, this is an illusion that ignores the boundaries between reality and fantasy, analyzed Hufeng Huang. Was this world an illusion? Yes. Will she die if the flame burns her flesh and soul? Still yes. That's the wonder of the pinnacle of illusion Tao. She swung her sword and destroyed this illusion with one attack. The world around her changed, turning into a world of darkness with little to no light. Illusion layers. Thought Hufeng Huang. The best illusionists will form layers upon layers of illusion, making their enemy unable to determine whether they have escaped the illusion or are still in the real world. A creature that seemed to be the embodiment of death itself rushed from the darkness toward Hufeng Huang, and it burned before even approaching her. She blessed her eyes with her Tao will and will manifestation, which she achieved after the terrible heavenly tribulation during the transition. Unfortunately, even her heavenly eye could not see through this illusion. Yin-yang reversal. With a thought, she constantly reversed the yin-yang polarity of this illusion, turning from real to unreal in the hope the turmoil would collapse it. However, she underestimated the complexity of the cult leader's illusion. His illusion was perfectly created to follow the philosophy of yin-yang, so her actions did not have any effect on it. Hufeng Huang felt anger rushing into her mind, but she controlled herself. She released a terrifying heat that overwhelmed this illusion and 100 more layers. She found herself in a layer with a black hole with a terrifying attractive force, and a dark aura of corruption. As she resists the attribute of this illusion layer, Hufeng Huang frowned. She added a phoenix will as a third boost to her heavenly eye, but she failed to find her opponent even then. Lucky find, Hufeng Huang closed her eyes, relying purely on luck to navigate this infinite layer of illusion/worlds. She appeared in front of the cult leader and cut off his head. She was not happy as the man smiled, "Don't you know even luck is an illusion?" He disappeared like he was nothing but vapor. This is getting annoying, thought Hufeng Huang, who immediately used her yin-yang Tao to control light and darkness. She noticed her opponent's Tao was not only an illusion but a dark illusion, so she tried the opposite of his element. A brilliant light enveloped this layer and hundreds of thousands more until Hufeng Huang found herself back in the martial hegemony world. "I didn't think you would successfully escape," said the cult leader. "You should be proud, but this fight has just started." His star-shaped pupil moved around as he prepared for another attack. "This is another illusion layer," declared Hufeng Huang as she looked around. "Are my illusions that powerful?" smiled cult leader, showing pride at the fact that his opponent could not distinguish between reality and illusion. "It's very real, and my heavenly eye cannot differentiate it," said Hufeng Huang calmly. "However, you made one mistake." Her eyes shifted to the distance. "There is no way that damn dragon would not have killed a few of these people while we were fighting." The cult leader's smile faltered before slowly changing to his naturally cold demeanor. "Yes, it was my mistake." "Hee," suddenly said a voice. "At least you're not stupid. Do you want my help?" "If you ask nicely, I want mine." "In your dream," sneered Hufeng Huang, and the cult leader immediately changed his illusion to prevent outside interference. "Okay, let's continue our little game." He disappeared, and the illusion changed to something else. Hufeng Huang remained calm as she knew how to win this fight. She mobilized her slaughter Tao to its full power, along with her senses. Her white sword turned red as she closed her eyes. A colossal creature that can only be described as the stuff of nightmares existed in this illusion layer, but she ignored it. As the abominable creature opened its mouth to swallow Huo Fenghuang, she suddenly disappeared. Her blade pierced through flesh as blood oozed out. Huo Fenghuang's demeanor was calm, but the cult leader was shocked. He looked at the blade through his body before looking at her. How? I must give you credit, she said. You have unparalleled mastery of the illusion Tao. However, the death ring is not your power, so you could not completely hide the death aura it released. So, that's how it is, he muttered. The ring gave him the strength to be on par with his enemy, but it's also why he would die. And yes, he knew he would not survive this injury because his opponent had used all its power, including Tao will and will manifestation, to destroy his soul. Can you do me a favor? The cult leader asked, knowing he wouldn't have much time to live. Can you? Huo Fenghuang listened quietly with a frown. Once the latter's soul was annihilated, she collected the death ring before summoning a talisman that absorbed all the concept in his flesh to make pills, and then the cult leader's body disintegrated. What should I do now? Thought Huo Fenghuang, as the latter's last words gave her a small conundrum. He did not trust his words, but there was also the possibility of benefiting her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1080 Rules of Existence Erasure. Erasure, should I kill him or not? Thought Huo Fenghuang. Fighting between Eternals usually involves specific nuances due to how difficult it is to kill each other. So, after killing the cult leader, she needs to decide whether it's worth the trouble of granting him true death. She must find his Tao imprint, erase his history, and track down his secret vault. Huo Fenghuang must consider whether her relationship has reached the point of making all the effort. The cult leader will take countless yuan epochs before reviving, and heaven knows how powerful she will be by then. According to the rules of heaven and earth, once an Eternal dies in the lower dimension, their revival point will be in the upper dimension. As such, she does not need to worry about his revenge on the ancient clan once he returns. More importantly, he offered me merit if I didn't kill him and bring the news to his cult, thought Huo Fenghuang. The court's outline clearly stated that the right to grant true death to an opponent is in her hands, so she can do as she pleases. Let's wait and see. She turned around to check the situation and saw Ao Shen fighting Qianheng. A few minutes ago, Myriad Emperor World, after capturing that rat from the upper dimension, Wang Wei immediately began to gather information or data on the latter. As expected, the events from the latter's time in the upper dimension were exceptionally protected to the point he could not do anything. However, he knew almost everything that had happened since he had descended to the lower dimension. Wang Wei sifted through all the information and retained the most useful one. Firstly, the spies had elected a new leader after Parasite's demise. Secondly, this man was nothing but a sacrificial lamb sent to see how Wang Wei would react. Thirdly, these spies had successfully infiltrated the upper echelons of the commerce hub and were using its power to create a major plan to deal with them. Fourthly, they have contacted He Shi to use the broken Empyrean artifact to hide their information from divination or calculations. Lastly, and the most important news, these people were scared of Wang Wei's strength and had thoughts of abandoning or, at the very least, delaying this mission for as long as possible. However, they received a message from their boss in the upper dimension. From what I know, the 7 moons have now shown up after a long time, but the fact they've sent a message to the lower dimension is an indication that they have not completely removed their eyes from the world, analyzed Wang Wei. He classified this information as important and with a high possibility of being sold for a decent price. Many things lead to the commerce hub and He Shi. I don't know if this is a coincidence or not, but it's about time I truly focus on removing these 2 variables, thought Wang Wei before glancing at this man. He wanted to erase him from history through karma threads and remove his Tao imprint. Killing him would not be challenging, especially since he did not have to worry about the latter's secret vault since he had not had an opportunity to do so yet. However, would this man be completely dead after doing this? Not necessarily. Why? Because a paragon would still remember him. Of course, Wang Wei knew he won't have to worry too much about this man despite one person still remembering. An eternal emperor's existence has been sublimated to no longer be limited by their body and soul. Their memories, history, impact, and names are extensions of their being or existence. However, Grand Tao has placed restrictions on an eternal's immortal existence. After too much of a person's existence has been removed, it becomes exponentially harder to revive them. In other words, once only 1, 2, or a measly 5 individuals remember an eternal, Grand Tao's rules will activate and interfere in their revival. By then, the karmic connection determines whether they can be revived. For example, if a paragon meets an eternal somewhere and locks eyes for 5 seconds before leaving, the paragon will remember the eternal. However, if that eternal dies and the person is not strong enough to remove the memory from the paragon's mind, the eternal cannot be revived due to their weak connection. The best move is to keep this man alive, analyzed Wang Wei. One of these parasites might be willing to go the extra mile to revive this guy to get more information from him, or they might deem him useless. It could go either way. However, if they choose to save him, he will reveal information about me, especially my strength. So, the best move is to keep him alive in the lower dimension, where they cannot access him. He pointed at the man to place a potent seal on his body before sending him to the sect with instructions on how to deal with / imprison him. Then, he focused on this war. Martial hegemony world AO Shin's whip slapped Purple Dragon, breaking through the repulsive force his body was releasing. The force behind the whip sent him flying while leaving marks on his crossed arms. Lightning Fist thought this was an opportunity, given how long the whip had elongated, so she rushed forward with hands glowing with lightning. Unfortunately for her, the scaled whip had retracted, and the scales fit together into a sword, slashing her body. Her enemy's speed and reaction caught her off guard, and she did not respond. Luckily, Divine Armament used a spell to exchange places with her, blocking the attack. Divine Armament body is known for its body refining, which focuses on the extreme end of defense. So, he thought he could block that attack with relative ease, but he was wrong. The sword left a nasty wound on his chest, followed by a devouring power that wanted to drink his blood and a curse that weakened his body. His body immediately became pale and started shrinking. Used energy dominance, he yelled, and Lightning Fist followed his suggestion, releasing all her immortal chi in the surroundings to influence AO Shin's darkness Tao. The dragon responded by creating and condensing an extreme amount of dark energy to confront their chi. Then, his sword morphed into a bow, and he fired at Purple Dragon while these two were preoccupied. 2 translucent dragons composed of dragon-subduing energy materialized before Purple Dragon as defense, and they successfully blocked 2 arrows. However, the remaining 4s impaled his limbs, rendering him immobile. Then, an enormous mouth of darkness appeared out of nowhere to swallow his body, leaving the head floating. "Thank you for the meal again," sneered AO Shin. "Don't worry. It'll leave you alive so you can watch me annihilate your sect." He put away the head to focus on the surviving 2 individuals, who finally overwhelmed his dark energy. Divine Armament's face was pale because of the blood he had lost, but he had returned to his regular body shape. Meanwhile, Lightning Fist looked at AO Shin with hatred. She had lost another companion. "We need help," communicated Divine Armament. "True, but there is no one else. His Majesty should be able to deal with the 2 immortal sovereigns independently, leaving Flower Blade to help us." "This might be our only option," replied Lightning Fist with a sigh. She swiftly contacted Qianheng to tell him about the situation. "Can't you guys hold any longer?" asked Qianheng. "We're so close to killing those 2. I don't think we can. He's out for blood and way more powerful than the last time we met him." Qianheng grunted in frustration. "Fine. Shadow Whip, Aoshin's whip turned invisible or undetectable before attacking those two without any restraint. Divine Armament's body released a golden shield, and Lightning Fist generated a second layer of lightning shield, but the whip forcefully broke the first layer and corroded the second. None of them could even see the whip and prepared for a terrible blow, but at the last minute, a wall of flowers appeared before them, blocking the whips before dispersing. In a short period, the flower brought them, and they teleported beside a handsome man wearing blue clothes embroidered with flowers. "I'm glad you're here," said Divine Armament. "Me too. Now is not the time for chit-chat," said Flower Blade. "We must do something." "Is it possible to exile him?" asked Lightning Fist through Divine Sense. "These people already detected the artifact's ability and have been on guard." Flower Blade tried this on Jian Sha and the Sea Immortal Sovereign when he had to hold them off alone, but they saw through his plan and evaded. "But this might be our only chance," added Divine Armament. "We must exile the dragon before helping His Majesty deal with the Immortal Sovereigns before dealing with the female Eternal and the Turtle King." The others grunted as they knew this was the truth. Meanwhile, Aoshin had a bright smile on his face. "More resources," he declared. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1081 Last Resistance. Flower Blade went on the offensive. With a wave of his hand, billions of flower petals appeared in the sky, covering Aoshin and the surroundings. Each petal gleamed with a sharp intent or chi. They rushed toward their target, cutting the space around simply due to their sharpness. Aoshin waved his whip, destroying every petal. Their sharpness was useless to him. Divine Armament used a spell to materialize his defense in the shape of a mountain before dropping it on the dragon. Aoshin's human body created a tail that rushed to the sky, destroying the mountain with one attack. Lightning Fist appeared next to him, punching his head with a fist full of divine punishment. "I've been waiting for you," said Aoshin with a smile. Darkness of the heart. Lightning Fist's punch stopped momentarily as she saw Aoshin's face turn into Saber Snake, someone she felt guilty about. However, she swiftly regained her bearing and continued her attack. Sadly, that slight pause is a grave error for beings of their level. Aoshin's sharp claw headed directly into her heart. However, Divine Armament exchanged places with her, leaving a large hole in his chest. Aoshin was unhappy because he sensed a petal in this guy's soul that blocked the most critical part of that attack. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N. "What an annoyance," thought Aoshin, looking at Flower Blade. Although he's a new Immortal Sovereign, he seemed very adept at using the Dao weapon he possessed. Additionally, his primary spell is not only a sword attack. The flowers seemed very versatile. "I probably should eliminate him first, but he seems like a cunning guy with many tricks up his sleeve." After proving the Dao, so she decided to use one of his most powerful techniques, Night of Yesterday. The world's order dictates that the sun and the moon will alternate, changing day to night. But is the night of tomorrow the same as the night of today? No. So, what if someone wishes to control the night of a week ago? With the proper manipulation, they can control time. The sky above this group suddenly turned into night, but the night will be somewhat different with each passing second. "What's happening?" Lightning Fist asked. She felt a great sense of dread, but she did not know exactly what was happening. "He's using his darkness Dao to control time," said Flower Blade with an ugly expression. "Control time? You don't mean?" "Yes, once he reaches the night when we become Immortal Sovereign, it's over for us," said Flower Blade. "He and Divine Armament became Immortal Sovereigns 8,000 years ago, and by the rate at which the nights kept changing, it wouldn't be long before reaching that period." He could already feel his body weakened as he became younger. "We must kill him as soon as possible," said Divine Armament. "Agree." Strength flower, speed flower, defense flower, stamina flower, luck flower. Lightning Fist and Divine Armament each received 5 petals that fused with their body, drastically increasing their overall stats. Feeling confident with this boost, they rushed toward their opponent, followed by the Sword Chi petals. The plan has not changed: restrain the enemy to exile him into the upper dimension. Suddenly, Flower Blade felt a strange urge. He felt something creepy, eerie, and fearful behind him. The corner of his eyes seemed to have seen something, and without realizing it, he turned his head to see what it was. Nothing. It was empty. He immediately knew he was being tricked and turned around, but it was too late. Shadow tentacles had restrained Lightning Fist, and Ocean's claw had pierced Divine Armament's head. Flower Blade clenched his hands because he could no longer sense the latter's soul. Damn him, he roared in his mind, but he exhaled to calm down. He activated his petals to save Lightning Fist. It's too late, declared Shin, and his words were immediately proven correct. Before the petals reached their destination, their aura suddenly dropped, and it was the same for their master. The 8,000 years had passed, and Flower Blade watched as a terrifying sense of weakness enveloped him. He wanted to sigh but immediately discovered something. He was tier 11, meaning his existence was higher than his opponent in the cultivation hierarchy. As such, although his body reverted to the immortal venerable stage, his soul remained at tier 11. He immediately mobilized as much power as possible. A pointless struggle, said Shin, who pointed one claw at Lightning Fist's forehead, and her body fell into the sky as if it were the ground. With a wave of his hands, the 2 immortal sovereigns' bodies disappeared. Soul petals, translucent petals materialized before him, rushing toward his opponent. Shin turned into a dark light to rush toward him, but his armor blocked all those petals. Then, something unexpected occurred. Flower Blade ran away. A martial artist that actually deserted. I did not expect this, mused Shin, who knew this was pointless. His darkness time technique was still in effect, and he blocked the surroundings to prevent these people from running out of its range. He suddenly thought of something, and his body disappeared. He materialized from Flower Blade's shadow and immediately immobilized his body with a dark curse. I can't have you blow your body up and reduce my benefit, said Shin. He killed this annoying human and put the body away. He cancelled his technique and looked in the distance. He saw Huo Fenhuang floating in the air with a black and white shield around her, her eyes closed, and the cult leader facing her. A battle of the mind. Interesting. He used an eye technique to see what Huo Fenhuang was experiencing. After a while, he suddenly said, "Hee. At least you're not stupid. Do you want my help? If you ask nicely, I want mine." Shin's smile did not last long as the cult leader cut his connection to their mind battle. This guy is not bad. If he were in our world and lived under the pressure of that generation, his accomplishments might have been higher. Shin looked in the distance. He had no desire to intervene in her battle. She did not need or want it, so he would not embarrass himself. Plus, there were strict rules about people's opponents. He sensed something approaching, and as expected, a battered Qianheng appeared before him. "You look terrible," commented Shin, noticing all the injuries on his body. He did not expect Jian Sha and the others to push him to this extent. However, after thinking about it a little harder, it made sense. He heard the sword-casting villa would send 7 Emperor artifacts for him to use his created 7 stars dipper formation. "Did you kill them?" asked Shin. "I should be asking you this question." "No, they should not be dead since I don't detect any death aura from where you came from." Qianheng did not say another word. He had exiled these 2, but not to the upper dimension. He sent them to a faraway world community to buy him some time while they tried to return. He already knew the answer despite asking what happened to these people. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, not only because of what happened to those four but also because of what happened to his world. He felt that things might have turned differently if he had been a better leader or less stubborn. Was I wrong? Asked Qianheng to himself. No, this is just the guilt talking. If the martial arts civilization had any hope to survive and have a chance to revive in the future, we must not surrender. If he had not done what he did, fewer people would have died, but their cultivation system would have crumbled. Then, the people would start using the origin system, thus starting their path of assimilation. Qianheng remembered when he started practicing martial arts. At age 3, he started medicine baths to lay the foundation. The other children cried except him, who endured everything because his father, an ordinary deacon of a medium sect, always told him stories about martial artists and their power. He wanted to be like the people in his father's story, so he bore the pain. At age 5, his father was crippled while on an outing in a secret dimension. He thought his life was finished, but his father told him he had gone into that place in the first place to find an internal force method that could be practiced at a young age. Such techniques were only used by geniuses in top sects, but his father risked his life for it. Qianheng practiced this method no matter how painful, just to lay the best foundation for himself. At age 7, his father died from the injuries, and before passing, Qianheng promised him to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. As time passed, Qianheng experienced many things, including a few sect-destroying events, until he met his master, who brought him to the Palm Peaks sect and became a top heaven chosen. His master was also a proud martial artist with only one dream, cultivating an emperor of the Axe Dao. Qianheng was devastated after losing the Heaven Will battle, feeling he had disappointed his master. However, the latter reassured him that he was proud as long as he never gave up. In all these situations, Qianheng always had one thing to rely on: his love for martial arts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1082 Wrapping Up. Qianheng's eyes became focused, flashing with an unwavering determination and madness. He loves martial arts with all his passion, and he will not allow his world's civilization to assimilate with another. Was this decision selfish? Yes, but he did not care. He was an emperor, and so was his right to impose his will and ideas upon others. In the end, I'm no different than him, sighed Qianheng before directly confronting Ao Xin. While the two were fighting, Wu Fenghuang was finally victorious in her battle. She gazed at them and said, "Why don't you let me get this one, and you can rest?" "Fuck off," replied Ao Xin. "All right. In that case, I'll go destroy the Dragon Rising sect." "You dare." He had been waiting to enact his revenge for so long, but now, she wanted to deny him the satisfaction. Boom! Qianheng took advantage of his distraction to injure him slightly. "See what this bitch did," thought Ao Xin. "Why would I not dare?" replied Wu Fenghuang, making Ao Xin grit his teeth before snorting coldly. "Whatever. I'll just summon their souls and torture them for my revenge. I'll destroy their soul. Do you want to start a war? My demon race has no issue fighting your ancient clan to the death. Who's scared? I would love the opportunity to get rid of you." "Enough," suddenly said Wang Wei's voice. "Help him seal Qianheng so he can be publicly executed." "What?" "But he's my prey," argued Ao Xin. "He's about to burn his body, soul, and will to gain strength and do something to complicate the situation, so deal with him swiftly," explained Wang Wei. "You can share the profit 70-30, 70 for the dragon." "Fine with me," said Wu Fenghuang, who joined immediately. Qianheng realized his plan was seen through and wanted to rush, but with two four-fold eternal emperors, he was sealed with little to no effort. "Kill me now," said Qianheng. "As an eternal, I have the right to die with my dignity intact." He did not want to be humiliated by public execution. You lost that right when you chose to be so stubborn, sneered Huafeng Huang. Qianheng was sealed inside a marble that Aoshin kept. Then, the two glanced at each other before rushing into different directions. Huafeng Huang headed to the celestial demon cult to receive her reward. Meanwhile, Aoshin hung Purple Dragon's head on his hip as he flew to the Dragon Rising sect. You don't have to do this, persuaded Purple Dragon. What we did was wrong, but there are many innocent children and women in the sect. I'm begging you to let them go. Do you know that we made new rules of war because this world chose to fight instead of peaceful cooperation? These rules would model how we will treat future worlds that choose the same path as you. Do you want to hear them? Said Aoshin, blasting a towering palm at the Dragon Rising sect's protective formation. Despite hearing no response, Aoshin continued, once all the eternal powerhouses are dealt with, everyone has a limited period to plunder as they wish. You bunch of monsters, roared Purple Dragon. Civilized monsters, corrected Aoshin. The court forbade harming any mortals or assaulting women. However, killing women, even children, is allowed as long as they are involved in the cultivation world. Bastards with no conscience. No, it makes sense. After all, we must eradicate the root to prevent some future talented descendant from returning for revenge, said Aoshin, who finally broke the formation. That's always how the world of cultivation operates, and it's the same no matter the world community. He glanced at Purple Dragon. Your righteousness disgusts me. How many innocent lives are in your hands? How many women and children have you killed? Now that it's your sect, it's suddenly wrong. He sneered before starting his mindless slaughter and plundering. Somewhere in a mountain, Li Jun sat cross-legged with a red spear floating before him. A red aura rushed into the spear, making the surroundings eerie and tense. He looked in the distance, watching all the chaos. War, death, destruction, and slaughter, truly horrible things. He was calm since he had already played his part by killing numerous immortal venerables and a few Dao ancestors. He was lucky their formation was not detailed enough, and the rules could not be made so that he could only fight Dao ancestors. After all this killing, I need a peaceful bosom to soothe my spirit, muttered Li Jun as the beautiful face of his wife appeared in his mind. He wanted to use the dream world to contact her, but he knew she was probably busy with all the other alchemists, refining pills non-stop. He closed his eyes to focus on his own thing. Di Jiaying was in the library of an immortal lineage she had just destroyed, reading all the martial arts books. She was intrigued by this world's cultivation and wanted to see if she could gain inspiration from it. She was satisfied with the results as she did learn a few things and had one or two ideas she wanted to try. She closed a book while looking in the distance. After this war, she would have stayed on the heaven-chosen list long enough to receive her reward. With the karma washing water, she can choose any generation she pleases to compete and prove the Tao. Di Jiaying would have chosen the next generation if it were up to her. After all, isn't it good to prove the Tao and sit on that throne as soon as possible? However, her elders warned her of Wang Tian's presence and even suggested not to worry about the next 5 generations as the Tao opening sect might already decide on them. One thing she knew for sure was that she must prove the Tao before the Di clan found Di Tian's reincarnation. Otherwise, her only fate will be death. Kai Rin-shu had returned to the healing squad, swallowed a few pills, and meditated to recuperate. This war was brutal, and he almost died a few times. Regardless, he was happy he participated because he felt he pushed himself beyond his limits and might make a breakthrough once this was over. Su Shi floated in the air, invisible to everyone. Once Qianheng was captured, she knew this war was over, so she returned for a few reasons. First, the Yang side of the world also had issues due to the forceful acceleration of time, which she might need to deal with. Second, she wanted to protect a few people and their families/sects who treated her well during her stay in this world. None of this would have happened if you guys were not so stubborn, she sighed before teleporting away. Tai Gang finally had the opportunity to rest. After the final eternal powerhouse was dealt with, he announced this news to the martial artists still fighting, destroying their morals. Then, he led his troops to kill as many martial artists as possible. The fact that they were running away made it easier for the troops to execute the enemy. Once that was done, Tai Gang ceased to be the commander of this army, and these legions returned under the control of their factions, which led them to plunder resources. According to the court rules, all resources used in this war will be reimbursed from resources in the martial hegemony world, and the plundering part is not included. Tai Gang removed the top of his robe, showing all the wounds on his body. These martial artists were ruthless and treated him as the cause of what was happening, so they wanted to kill him at all costs. He took a paste from his space ring, which was emitting Tao rhymes, and rubbed it on his torso. Bang! A lightning bolt descended from the sky, shifting Tai Gang's attention. He sneered after seeing this as he knew the cause. Someone tried to break the court's rules and thought they could get away with it. This chapter was originally shared via N0, Vel, B, J, N. Tai Gang wondered who was stupid enough to think they could ignore the Heavenly Emperor's gaze. He continued his healing while resting. He had acquired a lot of military merit for this war and needed to think how to use it. The best use was to make preparations for his dynasty after his reincarnation. "Time is up," suddenly said a voice, and everyone could hear it. Everyone looked at the sky, where they saw Wang Wei calmly floating. He calmly glanced as everybody rapidly recuperated, returning to their position. Wang Wei gazed at the freed Turtle King. "You'll have to transform or shrink if you want to participate in the meeting." "I don't want to do either," replied the turtle. "I'll send a projection." "That's fine." Wang Wei focused his gaze on this world's court. Most of the former leaders left to their factions to defend their legacy, but a few people remained, using the court's formation as their last line of defense. Wang Wei made a grabbing motion, and the court appeared in the void while also shattering all the formations. He appeared in the throne room, looking at these people who were trembling in fear. Without hesitation, he walked to the throne and sat down, making these people grit their teeth. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1083 Punishment and Next Steps. Wang Wei waited until all the representatives from the myriad emperor world arrived, and he teleported the remaining survivors from the martial hegemony world. Even Qianheng was brought out to participate in this meeting, kneeling on the ground with his hands tied behind his back. "It's all your fault," roared a representative from the Peaceful Life Palace. Due to their formation, they survived until the end of the war. Unfortunately, Reverend Tranquility was killed, so they sent Taoist Serenity for this meeting. "If not for your betrayal, we might have a chance." Taoist Serenity remained calm, not saying a single word. No one could tell his thoughts or emotions, but his silence agitated many people. "Quiet," said Tai Gang. "Remember whose presence you're in." Everything immediately quieted down, so Wang Wei started the meeting. "Believe it or not, I was prepared to be lenient on you guys. However, you made a blunder that will make my work harder. You killed too many mortals and almost wiped out the demon race. Your actions have directly affected my benefit, so you will be punished." The martial artists' faces turned ugly after hearing this, especially Golden Fist since this was his plan. They turned their head to look at him. However, before anyone said or reacted, Qianheng spoke. "There is no need for a blame game. We can still accept defeat gracefully and hold our heads high." The people looked at him with mixed emotions. Some sympathized, some blamed him, some cursed, and many still respected his spirit and will. "For your first punishment, you will reimburse all the resources we used in this war twofold, including the loss of lives," said Wang Wei before pointing at someone from the Foreign Affairs Department. "He has a list of all your contributed resources, you can confirm with him." Many people finally understood why resources were not counted as military exploits. However, they were more satisfied with this outcome. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0/V3L, B1N, second punishment. For the next 50 generations, all the divine positions in the lower realm will be under the jurisdiction of the myriad Emperor World's court. You will still control the court in your homeworld, but the lower realm will not be in our control. This was terrible news for the martial hegemony world. The lower realm was vast and could bring too many benefits. But for the next 50 generations, they could only watch as another world used its resources to nourish themselves. Isn't 50 generations this is non-negotiable, said Wang Wei calmly. How can you guarantee your successors will keep their word, asked Qianheng. I have no problem having a written contract with severe punishment, said Wang Wei calmly. You'll even be generous and add a clause that we cannot attack you for the next 5 generations after returning control of the lower realm. I would prefer that, said Qianheng. All right, nodded Wang Wei. Now, for the final punishment, all immortal powerhouses must be executed, except for the Turtle King. What? Please, no. We have already lost so many powerhouses. We cannot resist any more losses. And humans and demons cannot coexist together. Especially with their hatred for what we did. This is, again, not negotiable, said Wang Wei. You guys will be a warning to any world that resists. They must be prepared to be weakened to the lowest level if they choose to resist us. If you leave us without any immortals, it will be easier for foreign worlds, like the celestial harmony world, to return and conquer us, argued Qianheng. We have invested interest in this world, meaning we will protect you from anyone trying to disturb our wealth, said Wang Wei. The martial artists wanted to curse, yell, and even revolt but did not dare. Some of these people were alive during the Taoist occupation of the world, and it was humiliating. They did not expect to live long enough to experience such a thing twice. Now, let's talk about what's going to happen to this world, continued Wang Wei. If you had accepted our offers, we would have shared the merit for mortal civilization and demon school with you, but now, that's off the table. The only exception is the sea race, who offered us their allegiance. Turtlekin's projection, a 2-meter-long giant turtle, bowed to accept. The dragon promised me a share of the expansion in the lower realm. Will you honor your promise? Yes, but you should understand that your contribution to this war is insufficient to cover a large territory. That's fine, but I would like a few worlds with a large demon population. I would like to migrate a few here. That is the plan, said Wang Wei before snapping his finger to send a talisman to all the representatives from home. I've already divided the lower realm. This is not your first time, so you know what to do. Everyone quickly checked their territory, and the response was mixed. Some people, like Huafeng Huang, have received a large territory from the last time, while others have the same or smaller areas. The war room predicted that the lower realm might resist based on this world's response, continued Wang Wei. So, they've decided on a new approach. We will broadcast a recording of the war to the lower realm before publicly executing Qianheng as a warning. This should make the process easier. Qianheng clenched his fists, but he did not say a word or beg for his life. Although he felt humiliated, he had long understood this was inevitable when he decided to resist no matter what. Your Majesty, said Golden Fist. Will it just be death or? True death, said Wang Wei calmly. We want to send a message, and only in this way will people understand the consequences. Qianheng still remained quiet. He expected this outcome and had already made peace. His only regret was he could not pursue martial arts beyond the Emperor realm. But, he was satisfied that he proved the Tao and showed his master his Emperor tier axe Tao. Wang Wei raised his hand to stop Golden Fist from speaking further. The Heavenly Emperor position cannot remain without a leader, so Turtle King will take the position, announced Wang Wei, and his words once again almost caused a revolt. The Turtle King frowned before accepting the role. With such power, it will be easier to protect his kind and help the demon race recuperate. We will begin discussing the details. Any more questions? Asked Wang Wei, ignoring how these people were turning red. The negotiation process would not have been so harsh if they were not so stubborn and ruthless. I have a question, no, a request. Wang Wei looked at the person who spoke. He did not recognize this man, nor did he care enough to use his power to know. What is it? The man exhaled, most likely trying to brew his courage. On behalf of all the survivors of this world, I would like to ask permission to eradicate the Peaceful Life Palace. The room was quiet as people mulled over his words. Then, someone immediately agreed, followed by more. Yes, let's eliminate these traitors. I agree. Better yet, let's ban Taoism in the world. Taoist Serenity did not say a word, but anyone could detect the sad aura emanating from his body. No need for that, replied Wang Wei. Why? It's just this one request, asked someone. We don't want anything else, we just want to eliminate these traitors. I'm saying no because they are innocent, explained Wang Wei. What do you mean? They had no connection with the celestial harmony world. But you said. Your world was not harmonious, and I saw a weakness and exploited it, said Wang Wei with a shrug. These martial artists fell, and their minds were about to collapse. They did not trust the Peaceful Life Palace because of these words and killed many of them. They even removed their access to the formation, and now, they knew what they did was based on a lie and was useless. Taoist Serenity closed his eyes while muttering mantras under his breath. Their sect has spent years proving to the world that they were not outsiders and loved this world as much as them. Unfortunately, it was all pointless. What about the celestial demon cult? Asked Golden Fist, trying to control himself. He was a calm individual by nature and understood the brilliant strategic move of that lie, so he could not accept this news. Their ancestor was from another world community, and they have some connection there, but that's it. The new cult leader was calm since he did not experience the same thing as the Peaceful Life Palace. These martial artists were smart and knew they needed their powers for the war, so they were not as aggressive. Of course, the fear factor from the Demon Star Eye Emperor also contributed to their reservations. Regardless, the cult leader was glad their names could be cleared to prevent problems in the aftermath of this war. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1084 The Treasury. Qian Heng closed his eyes. He thought he could accept whatever occurred in this meeting with a calm mind, but he was wrong. He also did not trust the Peaceful Life Palace, so he did not advocate for them as much as he should. He even closed one eye when the people attacked them. If he had controlled his distrust of foreigners or thought more rationally and talked his people into leaving after this war to deal with the issue of the Peaceful Life Palace, many things would have gone differently. Your Majesty, we have a request as well. Wang Wei glanced at Taoist Serenity. Oh, I'm listening. We would like to relocate our palace to the Myriad Emperor world. As soon as he uttered these words, the atmosphere in the room changed. The remorseful martial artists suddenly felt more guilt and regret. Now that they knew the Peaceful Life Palace was innocent, they did not want to lose an emperor lineage with 5 great emperors. The Western Bliss sect representative frowned, while the Tai Profound Palace and other Taoist lineages had shining eyes. Are you serious? Asked Wang Wei. Yes, and we are prepared for a full relocation. We will change our citizenship identity and change our cultivation system. We only ask to preserve our Taoist traditions. Qian Heng wanted to say something but was too ashamed, especially to Reverend Tranquility, so he kept his mouth closed. Interesting, uttered Wang Wei. And you don't blame me for falsely accusing you and causing so much pain and loss. All is fair in war, replied Taoist Serenity. I'll allow it, said Wang Wei with a smile. Since such a powerful sect wants to move into his world and increase its inheritance, why should he refuse? He turned his head to the corner to Daoist Evergreen, the department head of General Affairs. Help them with the transition and treat them like our own. Also, work with foreign affairs to see if we can lure other powerful sects to our world. Your Majesty, is this a good idea? Said a representative. More sects will also mean more competition, and not to mention the issue of trustworthiness. All of you should already understand that from now on, all battles will reach a new height in competitiveness and should already prepare, said Wang Wei. However, you have a point. We can't allow people to infiltrate our world with this measure. Evergreen, you should be strict in your requirements for selection. As you wish. Any more questions, requests, or concerns? No one said anything, so the meeting continued. They discussed the gritty details before assigning people to different posts. After Wang Wei dismissed everyone, the people scattered. Some people stayed in this world to help it recuperate, some went to use their military exploits to increase their strength or get more resources, some returned home, and the rest started the expansion in the lower realm. Wang Wei was alone in the room, thinking about the war. He successfully gathered enough data for training and simulations, but it was not enough. The martial hegemony world was in a semi-isolated state, meaning they had little to no connection to other world communities, and they separated themselves from their lower realm. Many of the myriad Emperor world's future opponents will not be like this. They will have reinforcements from foreign allies and a large pool of soldiers from their lower realm. There is still a long way to go, muttered Wang Wei before looking in the distance. It's a shame no one came to their aid. He stood up, preparing to drink with Li Jun, when he suddenly noticed someone and teleported to them. Kai Song looked around at the destruction of the world, the injured mortals and cultivators, the violence, the cry of pain and despair, and the blood atmosphere that had enveloped it. What are you doing? Sect Master. You scared me. I've been here for a few seconds and even showed my presence, but you were too distracted to notice. Sorry about that. I was deep in thought. About what? I'm designing a puppet that embodies war and slaughter. Inspired by this war. Yes. You should consult Li Jun. I will, but I'm still in the early development stages. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask the sect. I know. Wang Wei nodded before frowning. Is something the matter? I just thought of a place that might contain a puppet you're interested in. Oh, where? The Great Qin Treasury, replied Wang Wei. He realized had been putting this thing off for a while, and now was the time to open it. Great Qin. Are you talking about the Terracotta Warriors? Kai Song read the sect's secret archive and learned about Great Qin and its history. Can you take me with you? No, it might be dangerous, replied Wang Wei. After I open it and get my hands on what's inside, you can study it as much as you want. All right. Wang Wei chatted with her briefly before leaving to see Li Jun and had a drink. He did not immediately return and stayed until Qian Heng was publicly executed, and he ensured he was completely dead. The world then forgot their first heavenly emperor, and the Palm Peak sect lost in eternal. Qian Heng's master committed suicide right after witnessing his disciple's public execution. In some twisted way, he was lucky he died so quickly, as he would have to forget him instead. Wang Wei returned to his court, and without hesitation, he summoned the human destiny sword and quietly activated it. He immediately sensed a hidden pocket dimension and crabbed it into the court. He used his divine sense and fate Dao to check for danger or anything worth paying attention to, but there was nothing. So, he entered without hesitation. The human emperor left a trial for whoever the sword chose, but this was nothing for Wang Wei. He debated whether to pass the test or just bypass it. His hesitation was not out of fear that his actions would activate a hidden mechanism to destroy what's inside. That's not possible with the disparity between his current strength and the human emperor when he created this thing. His only worry was whether the human emperor would send a projection to contact him, which is also why he waited so long to open the treasury. Knowing the human emperor was the first Qin emperor and from Earth and the prehistoric world, Wang Wei wanted to meet him only after becoming a paragon. After mulling it over a second, he decided to bypass the test and went directly to the core. Many puppets and formations tried to stop him, but it was useless. Once he reached the core, he found 5 rooms. The first room contained an enormous garden with countless well-preserved spiritual herbs, many of which were now extinct. Wang Wei sensed the power of the Grand Tao source and flew to an isolated area. These herbs have been nourished for so long that they've become top emperor resources, he muttered with shining eyes. He waved his hand and put everything in this garden away before heading to another room. The second room contained many weapons, including emperor artifacts. However, what truly surprised Wang Wei was the 2 Dao Will artifacts that survived for this long. He was intrigued and investigated, realizing that the formation used to preserve these artifacts was unique. Miscellaneous one should love this formation, thought Wang Wei before collecting it. The third room was Kai Song's heaven. Hundreds of millions of puppets, and at the front, Wang Wei saw terracotta warriors, which were immortal tier puppets. Wang Wei found something interesting, and it was not the 2 eternal class puppets. He picked up a gray ball to analyze. This is perfect for Kai Song. The gray ball was a puppet embryo. After refining it, the owner would own a puppet that grew with them. From his divination, Wang Wei knew this thing would also become emperor grade after its user proved the Dao. I wonder whether the human emperor cultivated puppet Dao or was there someone else in his team with such accomplishment, thought Wang Wei before heading to the 4th room, which was a scripture room. There were many techniques, but only 2 caught his attention. The first was an incomplete puppet scripture and the human emperor's, myriad emperor Dao scripture. As Wang Wei flipped through the scripture, his brow furrowed. There is something wrong with this scripture. Despite how he felt, he could not find anything wrong. He trusted his intuition and would not leave this technique to the sect to prevent future trouble. He put everything away before flying to the last room. There was nothing except for a blue stone at the center. Wang Wei approached and checked thoroughly before picking it up, and a message immediately appeared in his mind. After becoming the Heavenly Emperor, a path of unparalleled power will be open for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1085 The Oath. Wang Wei sensed the stone was about to scan his body to check something and swiftly sealed it. He knew what this stone was and did. He deduced what the human emperor was planning. One of the things he and many people of the world have been wondering for many years was why the human destiny sword appeared in this generation and why it chose Sun Jialong. Everything made sense now. The sword appeared at the correct time when the Heavenly Emperor position would appear and it chose someone to compete for the position. Then, the human emperor's inheritor would come to this place and get his technique and this blue stone before directing them on how to become the Earth and human emperor. The stone should contain the essence of the human emperor title and instructions on becoming the Earth Emperor. It should also be the catalyst to fuse these 3 different positions. In other words, Sun Jialong was the human emperor's experiment on how to fuse the 3 paths and achieve half-step transcendence, analyzed Wang Wei. My intuition told me something was wrong with the myriad emperor Dao scripture, and the human emperor likely tempered with it to ensure he did not lose control of his inheritor and that the experiments proceeded without issue. Wang Wei frowned as many thoughts flashed in his mind. Everything makes sense except for how the human emperor knew the heavenly emperor position would appear in this generation. Sun Jialong did not have the human destiny sword in the other timeline he saw, meaning the human emperor's plan had not started. The sword's appearance in this specific period indicates a terrifying prediction/calculation one that ignores his status as a fateless. Is the human emperor a master of calculation Dao, or is there something else I don't know? Thought Wang Wei. He remembered in many iterations Hong Jun was a master of divination, and in some instances, he was the demon god of destiny before the birth of the prehistoric world. Many things will make more sense if you add Hong Jun in the mix, concluded Wang Wei before leaving this secret realm. He waved his hand to create a new secret dimension with the human emperor scripture and the blue gem before manipulating the cause and effect of the world. Whoever the human emperor chooses next as his successor will eventually find this place and these two things. Finally, Wang Wei destroyed the Qin Treasury dimension. He looked in the distance and muttered, there might be another experimental pawn. Wang Wei returned to the sect to hand over the thing he acquired while asking Elder Dan and others to use the resources needed for his training. He told Kai Song about the puppets and the technique before summoning Li Jun and Yan Liling. I just saw you. Is everything alright? Asked Li Jun. I think it's about time for you two to prove the Tao, said Wang Wei. Isn't it a little too early? Asked Yan Liling. Things are going to move rapidly soon, said Wang Wei. Now that we have a moment of tranquility, it's perfect. How about gathering luck from the top of the lists? The dream world is about to be connected to the martial hegemony world and all our allies. So, the Star Beast world, the Immortal Ascension world, the Chaos Bell world, the Demon Supremacy world, the Serenity Eclipse world, Shi Qian's, and the Ancient Star world, Shi Shengaiyan's. You will have enough luck if you remain at the top of the list. You have a point, nodded Li Jun. In that case, I have no issue. He had been waiting and preparing for this war for a long time. What about you? I want to refine a Tao pill before I prove the Tao, said Yan Liling. It should not be a problem once your soul reaches the level of Tao ancestor, and you can borrow the power of the Grand Tao source. Yan Liling nodded. I'll supervise your training, added Wang Wei, and he kept his word. He ensured Li Jun's body and Yan Liling's soul reached the pinnacle of 5 root. Afterward, he focused on training their Law and D realm. These two restarted cultivating from Tier 0 and made each cultivation realm unique, all to get a minimum of 3% Grand Tao boost from Tao Will. Wang Wei found this method more effective than training the Tao Will after becoming an emperor. This plan was now easier to execute, even for Li Jun, because of his increase in talent and because of their access to multiple cultivation systems. They can draw inspiration from them, and Wang Wei will give ideas. The next step was to increase law comprehension and train willpower. Li Jun did not need the second training as Wang Wei knew will manifestation would be easy for him, and he would also achieve a 5% boost due to his willpower. So, Yan Liling focused on training her will while listening to the preaching about Pill Tao from Wang Wei, and Li Jun needed to listen to the preaching and prepare for his Emperor Slaughter Soul. Both of them had enough resources to refine ultimate artifacts. Lastly, Wang Wei preached about existence to them until they understood a little bit, just to increase their odds of becoming Eternals. By the end of this training session, they both achieved a golden law tree. The only disappointing part of this training lesson was Yan Liling's fleshly body, which was not as high as he wanted. However, he accepted the result because she only cultivated it to ensure a relative balance between her essence, spirit, and qi. 12,000 years passed outside, and many noteworthy things occurred. The martial hegemony world side was completed, the world was repaired, and the demon schools, dream world, enlightening temple, mortal civilization, and mortal craft Tao had spread throughout the entire world community. The benefits were divided, and Wang Wei received the largest share. Yan Liling succeeded in refining the Tao pill, and the world celebrated her as the greatest alchemist of her generation and maybe throughout history. Li Jun remained at the top of the list despite fierce competition from all 7 worlds, 8 if you count the Myriad Emperor world. Meanwhile, everything entered a quiet state through other world communities in the lower dimension. Everyone knows it is the calm before the storm and has just been waiting. Are you ready? Asked Wang Wei, holding a small star in his palm. I am, nodded Li Jun. I'm going to ask one last time, are you sure you don't want to compete in another generation? I do. Li Jun knew this was an opportunity for him instead of a burden. Good. Wang Wei sacrificed the essence of the 9 devil god world in his palm to heavenly Tao, asking to exchange it for a heaven will. This method worked as a heaven will descended before him, and he motioned to Li Jun. Li Jun did not immediately absorb it but made an oath. I solemnly swear, after escaping the shackles of death, I shall take on the burden of samsara as the Earth Emperor. And until heaven and earth deem that I have repaid my karma and free me, I shall not be affiliated to anyone or faction. Heaven and earth changed as soon as he stated these words, but no one noticed, as Wang Wei blocked all sights and visions. A chain descended from the sky and entered Li Jun's sea of consciousness. Heavenly Tao accepted his oath. Then, he finally absorbed the heaven will. Wang Wei waited with bated breath as two golden lodi appeared behind Li Jun. He knew the moment of truth was approaching, and when he saw the last lotus, he sighed in relief. From today on, I am the Crimson Slaughter Emperor, declared Li Jun, but his voice had not spread. His aura was intense, exuding the power of sixfold. 5% for awakening, 3% for Tao will, can improve, 5% for will manifestation, 5% for artifact, 2% force control skill, can improve, 5% for the Slaughter Emperor soul, 3% for his Slaughter Spear Source technique, and 2% for Su Shi's obsession technique, thought Wang Wei with a smile. His plan had worked. True heavenly Tao did not balance him because of Li Jun's oath. However, it's not over. Li Jun started to build the Samsara court so he could take his position as the Earth Emperor. However, a black cloud swallowed him before he could react. Wang Wei's face changed, and he rushed over, but there was no one. He immediately summoned his fate Tao to find out what was happening, and only then did he relax. Who are you? Asked Li Jun, looking at the enormous red face with two horns and a crown before him. He had to calm down as his intuition told him this man was scary, even scarier than his big brother. I am the Jade Yama King, and I will judge whether you're worthy to be the Earth Emperor, the red face declared. Yama King. Li Jun had heard this title before. They were beings in charge of preventing paragons from doing as they pleased and messing up with samsara. Lord Yama King, how do you plan to judge me? Bowed Li Jun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1086 The Guardian. Do you know the most required characteristic for becoming an Earth Emperor? Asked the Jade Yama King. Strength, replied Li Jun. You would think so, but no. The most crucial traits for an Earth Emperor are patience and lack of ambition. These are not qualities one might typically associate with a ruler, but they are essential for maintaining the balance of samsara. Why is that, sir? The world of the living is different from that of the dead, explained the Jade Yama King. It's alright if the world of the living is in chaos, but it's unacceptable for the world of the dead. True heavenly Tao might be lenient and laissez-faire about how to rule the world of the living, especially the upper dimension, but we are strict and orderly. As Earth Emperor, your primary responsibility is to ensure the smooth operation of samsara, a system that is already well operated and perfect. Your role is not to intervene unless something goes wrong. You must not use samsara to achieve personal ambitions or goals. Your duty is to use your power to assist samsara's operation, and you must wait patiently until the end of time, or, in your case, until someone else takes your position. This is the essence of being an Earth Emperor. Do you think you can do these things? Li Jun did not immediately answer and thought about it for a few minutes. I believe I can. Let's see if that's true. Li Jun sensed the world around him change, and he sat on a black throne with designs associated with the soul, life, and death. A weird demon with goat hooves, red skin, and horns began explaining his role, and Li Jun quickly adapted. Then, time passed, and countless problems arose in samsara, and he had to deal with them. This process allowed him to gain experience and knowledge, which led to his team or people having greater faith in him. One day, someone he knew and was very close to him tried to revive a dead soul, and he found himself in a conundrum. Despite samsara's strict rules, they consider the powerhouses to be emotional beings and allow them to revive the dead as long as they don't go too far or break some rules. Unfortunately, his friend's revival broke a major rule, and he asked Li Jun to accommodate him. After thinking about it for a while, Li Jun refused, which resulted in a confrontation with his close friend and ended their long relationship. Despite his deep gut pain at losing someone so dear to him, Li Jun did not regret his decisions. He understood the importance of his duty and the respect it deserved. Time healed that emotional trauma, and Li Jun settled into his role. He did not know how long he had spent in this position, but it was very long. Most might find it dull and boring, and at times, his blood boils due to a desire for a fight or even a war, but he persevered. He faced another catastrophe when he was about to become complacent in his position. The love of his life, Yan Liling, died, and it was true death. However, as an Earth Emperor, he knew a way to revive her, but he would break 100 rules. Every fiber in his body screamed he should revive her despite knowing the potential worldwide ramifications. And when people from his past came to ask him for help, Li Jun almost succumbed. He resisted not out of a sense of duty but out of logic. He knew that if he broke the rules and revived her, the higher-ups of Samsara would hunt them down, and Yan Liling's fate would be the same. So, he chose another path. He hoped to become the best Earth Emperor possible, hoping the higher-ups would reward him with the opportunity to break the rules. From that day on, Li Jun became a model employee/Earth Emperor. He did everything he was supposed to do and more. He resisted the temptation when many Yama kings revolted and promised he would not have to wait so long and could see her again. He resisted when true heavenly Tao was separated, and their confrontation was a perfect opportunity to break the rules without consequences. Li Jun opened his eyes. Where am I? He took a moment to regain his bearing and realized what had happened. Interesting, said the Jade Yama King. This test was a test as no participants had ever chosen this path of asking permission to break the rules. They either succumbed to the temptation, tried to be clever, or became heartless and abandoned their loved ones for power. Sir Jade Yama King, have I passed the test? Yes, and with excellent marks, nodded the red face. He did not need to test Li Jun's strength since he already knew and it was acceptable. A small black dragon carving and a black list floated before Li Jun, this the luck-condensing artifact of the Samsara court and the conferred god list. Remember, anyone on the list will have to pass a test, and the ones who fail cannot take any position in the court. I understand, replied Li Jun before bowing. Then, without noticing, he returned to the place where he had just proven the Tao. Are you all right? Asked Wang Wei and Yan Liling simultaneously. I'm fine. How was the test? Li Jun explained the situation, and Wang Wei was in deep thought. I was worried about the Earth Emperor position becoming as popular as the Heavenly Emperor, but my worries are not needed. He was also worried that Samsara would become chaotic once people heard about the Earth Emperor's position and tried to gain it. He understood the Yama kings were even stricter than true heavenly Tao. Do you want to announce your presence now or do it together? He asked. Let's do it together. 2x, very well. Wang Wei waved his hand, and someone appeared before him, Old Man Tianji. He looked at the group with his cold and indifferent eyes. What do you want? He asked directly. A deal, said Wang Wei. There is one thing you cannot force me to give you, a heaven will, said Old Man Tianji. No, heavenly Tao. What to exchange? An oath, replied Wang Wei. She will become the guardian of the myriad emperor world, dedicating herself to protecting it at all costs. She will place its protection above everything else, including the Tao opening sect or the safety of her family or clan. Muttered Old Man Tianji, but after 2 minutes, he did not say another word. I know you have enough world source after saving for more than 20,000 years and siphoning from the lower realm, continued Wang Wei. And you should understand the importance of a powerhouse protecting the world at all times after what we will do to the lower dimension. You have a point, nodded Old Man Tianji, waving his hand to summon a heaven will. Make your oath. Yan Liling stepped up and made an oath, which created a chain around the heaven will. As she absorbed it, old man Tianji disappeared, and Wang Wei and Li Jun gave her space. They sighed in relief after seeing the 3 golden lodi in the back of her head. Meanwhile, Wang Wei noticed something. Yan Liling's strength was the pinnacle of 4-fold, like Su Shi. However, her soul had the potential to break the limit of a 5% Grand Dao boost. According to his estimate, it might reach as high as 7% after a few years of training. This guardian position, in essence, is a long-contracted human emperor position, thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes. Yan Liling's job will be to protect the myriad emperor world at all costs in times of catastrophe or disaster. Now that all 3 positions have shown up in the lower dimension, what will you do, Yingjing? Li Jun ran to embrace his wife, and the 2 kissed passionately. If not for Wang Wei's cough to remind them he was here, who knew how long these 2 would give each other those doting and lovey-dovey eyes? Let's get to business, said Wang Wei, and the 2 nodded. I, Yan Liling, will now be known as the Pill Sage Empress and Guardian of the Myriad Emperor world. I will dedicate my life to protecting my home and ensuring our lasting prosperity. I, Li Jun, will be known as the Crimson Slaughter Emperor and the Earth Emperor, ruler of the Samsara Court. All interested parties can come to test whether they are worthy to protect the integrity of the afterlife. Their voices traveled throughout the entire Myriad Emperor world community and did not spread only because Wang Wei did not want them to. All eyes focused on the vision while thinking how the world was about to change in a major faction again. Some people were not as surprised by this news as they had expected after seeing how Yu Yan proved Dao. Muttered Wang Wei as he sensed something and looked in a direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1087 Reminisce. Limbo, the place between life and death, between existence and non-existence, where space and time have no meaning. The human emperor sensed something in the world of the living, so his consciousness was activated. All 3 positions appeared in the lower dimension. Even the Earth Emperor position. In his plan, the Earth's position was the most difficult because of those damn Yama. That's why he's been trying to find a way around through the Earth Emperor, one of the 7 moons. This was not part of my calculations, he thought. He suddenly had the urge to check into the world of the living. However, a few reasons prevented him from doing so. He did not dare show up due to how Supreme Unity felt about everyone else in Limbo, and he also sensed the blockage of the lower dimension. So, he could not access the lower dimension unless he could contact Mithraea and become indebted to her. This might not be a bad thing, thought the human emperor. Ultimately, Lu Ren, Earth Emperor's name, is a fake, and I will need the essence of the real Earth Emperor for my plan. Maybe my pawn in the lower dimension will be the key. After making a decision, he sent a message to the Great Qin Saint Court so they could prepare for his return and gather information for him. Eternal Ascension World, Primordial Chaos. A pale green flame surrounded the Earth Emperor's body, holding off a colossal humanoid creature with black skin, for spider legs from his spine, and fangs. The creature kept punching him with all 6 limbs, and the Earth Flame used the flame to block. His face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. The Earth Emperor suddenly sensed something, which caused him to pause his action. The fiend god took this opportunity to blow his head off, but he reacted in time as a bone helmet appeared on his face. "Why are you distracted?" yelled the Time Eater in his mind, but Earth Emperor did not explain. He sensed something very important to him had happened in the world, but he could not deduce any more information while in this forsaken place. "Are you listening?" "Shut up," yelled the Earth Emperor. "You were holding on because you said you had a plan. How long do we have to wait?" "Just a little bit more." "Heaven knows how long you've been saying the same thing," countered the Earth Emperor. "It hasn't been that long," rebutted Time Eater. "But even if it was, what other choices do you have? If not for me, all of you would have been dead by now." Earth Emperor gritted his teeth, but he must admit it was true. Regardless, this did not change his frustration, so he snorted coldly while focusing on this battle. He wanted nothing more than to return to his dynasty and use whatever means possible to know what changes had occurred. However, before they could buy themselves some breathing room, he could not reveal the truth to prevent any of these people from messing with his plans and benefits. Prehistoric world. Hong Jun sensed something and opened his eyes. He turned to look in the distance and muttered, "Has Yingzheng's chance of becoming transcendent increased? It seems things are proceeding smoother than I anticipated." He then frowned. These two might become enemies over nothing. His experience has told him that these people from Earth do not like having the same kind in the same world. It's okay if they meet from different worlds and become close, but once they know someone is in the same place as them, their first instinct is to eradicate the other. The kid seems more rational, and Yingzheng was never influenced by modern media, so they should be fine, concluded Hong Jun before looking at the world. Lao Jun is about to become a paragon. That's something. Hong Jun could not help but sigh. The prehistoric world was flawed, resulting in the saint system and other cultivation systems from other pantheons. After knowing the possible consequences, Hong Jun encouraged the saints to send clones to reincarnate in other source chaos worlds and walk the emperor path. Unfortunately, Grand Dao disdained anyone from this world and ensured all the clones suffered terrible fates. Only after countless trials, tribulations, and planning from Hong Jun, did the saints finally cultivate a clone that proved the Tao and returned to the prehistoric world. Of course, things would not be so simple even after such a victory. They then discovered that comprehending the Grand Tao source in the prehistoric world was 1,000 times harder than in any other world. As such, after so long, only the clone of his first and most talented disciple, Taisheng Lao Jun, succeeded in becoming a paragon. Meanwhile, the others are either Empyreans or still emperors. This world's hope has always been those young ones I sent out, thought Hong Jun. Now that the plan is proceeding smoothly, it's time to discuss it with Yahweh and Anansi. Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei detected a significant fluctuation from the nether hell. Did you detect the Earth Emperor position and go crazy? He thought while sneering. With a wave of his hand, he reinforced the seal, ensuring Old Man Nether had no chance to escape. Let's go have a drink, said Wang Wei. Not a bad idea. How about we go to the Spirit Road trial? Yan Liling suggested, and the others nodded. Although they had met before in the sect, the Spirit Road trial was where they became a dynamic trio. They became brothers and sisters. They teleported to this secret realm, and as soon as they landed, Wang Wei took out his secret stash. That's what I'm talking about, said Li Jun after taking a small sip. This place has so many core memories for me, said Wang Wei. I met 3 people I will never forget. Oh, who? The first one was the pampered girl I killed. She's probably the first innocent life I took, said Wang Wei. I remembered you mentioned her. What happened to her family? Given how they loved her, they should have tried to find out who killed her. A rival family wiped them out after spending too much money on finding out who killed their daughter, leaving them weak, explained Wang Wei. That's a shame, said Li Jun. The cultivation path was ruthless, especially the Emperor path. What about the other 2? The second one was a gladiator from which I learned an evading technique. He taught me how unfair life and fate was, said Wang Wei. His technique, Fate is Unfair, was inspired by his encounter with the gladiator, and it was instrumental in winning against Di Tian and proving the Tao. The third one was Ji Song. He was my first real opponent. Ji Song was a waste of potential, commented Yan Liling. Had he lived, he would have prospered in this generation. Did you ever regret killing him? Asked Li Jun. No. If he had kept his word, he would have been alive, replied Wang Wei calmly. If Ji Song had survived until the Heavenwell battle, he would have spared him so he could have trafficked him to the upper dimension for more resources. I regret falling for such a simple scheme, now looking back. That's fair. So, what about you guys? What significance does this place have for you, besides having your Tao companion ceremony here? Isn't it obvious? I found the love of my life, replied Li Jun with a bright grin. I found hope and peace, said Yan Liling. Oh. As you know, living in the secret realm is not a fun experience. We all lived our lives knowing we were backup or stand-ins for the main branch, explained Yan Liling. If not for the elder's strictness, many of us would have lived a hopeless life without purpose. She sighed as she remembered her childhood. I was excited when I was finally chosen to be the next head of the Yan family. However, that happiness did not last long when my aunt told me my first mission: seduce you and become your main wife. Wang Wei smiled in embarrassment despite not having any control of such a thing. Meeting and falling in love with Juner gave me a sense of freedom, a sense that I could make my own choice, and that brought me great peace. Yan Liling swallowed a large cup. Although I never said it, I'm glad you supported our relationship and never made me feel guilty for my former selfish motives. Why should I? Replied Wang Wei. I knew you genuinely loved him and how the political landscape of the sect operated. This is a celebration, so let's talk about something positive. Do you remember the time when you fell into a pile of iron boar's manure? Said Li Jun. Don't talk nonsense and sully my name, said Wang Wei swiftly. Now, I want to hear this, added Yan Liling. Don't listen to him, he's lying. We were 7, and he was in a bad mood because his grandma cancelled a visit and complained to me while we were walking in the back of the mountain. He did not notice and fell right into it, explained Wang Wei. Wait, now that you brought it up, I remember feeling a slight push from the back, said Wang Wei. Did you push me? Now, who's sullying whose name? Bitch, I can see the past and present. Do you want me to show you the proof? You can also fabricate the truth, countered Li Jun, so, no matter what you say and do, I'll only say it's slander. Wang Wei sneered, you're talking as if I need proof to get my revenge. Hey now, don't do anything stupid. You better sleep with one eye open. Come on, it's been hundreds of thousands of years. It's never too late to get revenge, even after millions of yuan epochs, sneered Wang Wei. How can you be so petty and small-minded? Oh, mighty and handsome heavenly emperor, spare this humble human. Don't you know me well enough after so long? Fine, said Li Jun with gritted teeth. You want to do this? I want mine spreading all your embarrassing moments from childhood. I want the world to know what you truly were like. Two can play at this game. Yan Liling chuckled as she watched them bicker. She used to be jealous of their banter in the past, but now, she has grown to enjoy them and be present in the moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1088 Mobilization, Rejection, and Negotiation. After spending the night drinking and reminiscing, the team scattered the next day. Li Jun and Yan Liling visited their parents and family before taking on their position. Yan Liling created the World Guardian Mountain, which will be her main location for quite some time. She will spend her time cultivating and refining pills, most of which will be stored as reserve in case the worlds enter a period of emergency/catastrophe, while the rest are for her. The good news is Heavenly Tao will provide the resources for these pills. After suggestions from Li Jun and Wang Wei, Yan Liling hired a few people so her mountain would not be lonely. Meanwhile, Li Jun started recruiting for positions in the Samsara court. People were surprised when they learned there were no restrictions or limits to who could participate in this selection, even people from other world communities. However, they soon understood why after seeing the difficulty of the Samsara court's test. After returning to the court, Wang Wei prepared for the future by first checking and testing the result of his training. In the past 10,000 years, his fleshly body cultivation reached the third step of the Dragon Phoenix realm, and he passed all 800 side door tribulations. He could feel the limit of his bloodline was approaching. Wang Wei knew once he opened the gate of power, his body would reach tier 11, but his bloodline would stay at peak tier 10 revolutions, until he completed the 11th revolution of the technique. Wang Wei then checked on the Genesis fruit, and things were proceeding smoothly. After the war, he fed it a few immortal sovereign bodies, significantly accelerating the gestating speed. He then activated a communication array to contact Shi Shangyan. "I did not think you would wait so long to contact me," said Shi Shangyan. "I was busy with something important," explained Wang Wei. He always felt a duty to ensure that Li Jun and Yan Liling proved the Tao, so he focused on achieving this goal over the past 10,000 years. And now that he had succeeded, he felt a heavy burden lifted from his shoulder, and his mind even experienced a slight sublimation. That's understandable. Wang Wei was not in the mood for chit-chat, so he asked directly, "Any news from your family?" "Yes. According to them, a prophecy has placed the Eternal Ascension world in the center of an upcoming turmoil. Many worlds have eyes on us, and some have already acted." "A prophecy?" asked Wang Wei with a frown. He now knew why the parasites were temporarily unavailable, but the more valuable information was about this prophecy. "They didn't tell me much, but they warned me that something major was about to happen." "Something major?" "If other worlds are interested, then it can only be something that affects the entire chaos universe. The Third Origin War. Whatever it is, it will definitely involve achieving transcendence," analyzed Wang Wei. "Thank you for the information." "No, I should thank you. Our clan was cut off from any news, and your information was very useful," replied Shi Shangyan calmly. They ended the conversation after a brief chat, and Wang Wei was left to his own thoughts. He realized time might be running out. If he does not hurry, he might be caught up in a chaos universe-wide event without being prepared. He could imagine how much he would suffer if an event similar to the Second Origin War occurred and he was not even a paragon. "Let's get things moving," he thought before contacting someone else, Tong Ruobing and Yan Liling. "Is it time?" asked Tong Ruobing directly. "Quite direct, aren't we?" "But yes, it's time," nodded Wang Wei. "I've been waiting ever since you contacted us." Tong Ruobing left the communication, leaving Mulei to shake his head. He looked at Wang Wei. "Are you sure about this?" "I know about your strength, but the Commerce Hub is a giant for a reason. Who knows what kind of trump card they are hiding? Unlike these people from the Myriad Emperor world who only recently returned to the Endless Void stage, his sect has been dealing with the Commerce Hub for eras. As such, he had an inkling of their deep foundation and what they were capable of." "I don't deal in absolute, but am confident," replied Wang Wei. "That's good." Mulei ended the conversation and prepared for the expansion of the Star Beast world. The conversation ended, and Wang Wei looked in the distance. He had made his move and only had to wait. Of course, now that he decided to accelerate things, he thought of something else he could do. He teleported outside the Myriad Emperor world and began to create a world. Suddenly, he disappeared from his location and appeared in an empty space with a large face composed of stone and horn. "Sir, Yama King, what can I call you?" "Stone." "Sir, Stone, I come here to become the Earth Emperor." This has always been Wang Wei's plan. Li Jun will bear the burden of the Myriad Emperor world community while he does it for the rest of the lower dimension. "You're not eligible," said Stone Yama King directly, making the corner of Wang Wei's lips twitch. "Sir, is there a reason you've disqualified me?" "Because I say so." "That's fair, but couldn't you at least test me before rejecting me?" "I have no doubt you can pass the tests," said Stone Yama King, his voice calm and his tone straightforward. "But you're still not eligible." "I just want to know why, besides you not wanting me to be one." "Because you're a Tao overlord." Wang Wei wanted to curse. That feels like discrimination. It probably is, but our policy has always been to reject all Tao lords and overlords. You people are the embodiment of being too ambitious, not to mention how you're always trying to find loopholes and weasel your way out of agreements. Your case is even more severe because you're a true devil with no respect for the rules or order." Wang Wei wanted to cry. He did not expect to be directly rejected because of his best qualities. He sighed, "Sir Stone, there must be a reason you're still entertaining a discussion with me, right? We know you're clever, so you don't need to show it off," said the Stone Yama King. Wang Wei decided that remaining quiet was the best option in this scenario. "If you must know, I haven't sent you back to the world of the living and directly rejected you because of the destiny true heavenly Tao granted you," said the Stone Yama King. "Although we don't care about the world of the living, we would like it to remain peaceful to make our job easier. Plus, some bastards dare encroach on our domains without authorization." Wang Wei knew who the Yama King was referring to, but he would not bring this topic up. Based on this conversation, he still had a chance and needed to choose his next words wisely. "I have no ambitions for samsara, and I can sign the most restricted contract or oath," said Wang Wei. "All I want is the merit to increase my cultivation. As you know, I have a heavy destiny on my shoulder, and I want to survive what's coming next." Uttered the Stone Yama King, and Wang Wei swiftly caught on that he would not say more. "My strength is enough to bear the burden of the entire lower dimension. In the grand scheme of things, that's nothing, but it's still useful. As the saying goes, mosquito legs are better than no meat." That's a fair point," the Stone Yama King uttered. "But I really don't like you." "I have feelings too, you know," complained Wang Wei, but he did not say these words out loud. After seeing the contemplative look on the Yama King's face, he added one last thing: "I will also deal with Old Man Nether before I leave. Although he's an ant to you guys, I think he's also an eyesore." "You are correct again," said the Stone Yama King. "Alright, you've convinced me. You can be the Earth Emperor, but no conferred god list for you. You can bear the burden of all the positions. Fine by me." Although it was much more work, it also meant more benefit or merit. "Sign the contract." A black golden parchment materialized before him, and Wang Wei read every word and checked every corner. The contract was very direct, telling the rules he needed to follow and the severe consequences of breaking them. Wang Wei signed it after not finding any fault with it, and the Stone Yama King granted him a luck condensation artifact for his court before kicking him out without any word. What a strange encounter, thought Wang Wei as he returned to the court. He was about to fight, so it was not appropriate to bear the burden of the samsara court. He focused on the upcoming fight and his possible confrontation with Emperor Jia. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1089 Liability. He sat on his throne, his body releasing a very potent or intense flame-like aura. He suddenly opened his eyes, which had turned golden, but blood started to drip. He calmly washed away the blood before looking at his palm, which had turned completely gray, as if it were a dead object. He mobilized his regeneration to heal his palm to no effect and only succeeded after swallowing a pill. He waved his hand to mobilize an array that showed a refined young man with glasses and streaks of white in his hair and beard. He had a scholarly aura emanating from him. "President," said he. "Lord he," saluted the Commerce Hub president. "Excuse me, for I will be direct given the situation. We just received news that the Star Beast world broke our rules and started invading the endless frozen world. You should understand what this means." He understood. The endless frozen world is the closest world to the Star Beast world, with only a pseudo-eternal emperor. Although he acquired a unique avatar chi that allowed him to create 9 perfect clones with all his strength, this would not change much. Everyone knows the Star Beast world will win this war, so why the focus? It's the significance behind the invasion. The Commerce Hub forbade any of its members from invading each other and spreading the courts and other influences. But now, Muley and his wife have blatantly challenged the commerce rule, forcing them to act. If they do not respond, all the respect, prestige, and power built over trillions of years will be destroyed. So, no matter what, they must sanction and punish the Star Beast world, which in turn meant fighting the first Heavenly Emperor, Wang Wei. I know, replied he, his voice extremely calm. Then, according to our agreements, are you prepared to act? He paused. If it were up to him, he would want to wait a little longer to better prepare. I am. Reassured, smiled the president. Do you need any help? Don't hesitate to ask. No need for now, replied he. Very well. Well, await your good news. The array ended, and he was left to his own thoughts. He took many resources from the commerce hub in exchange for fighting and dealing with Wang Wei. His actions allowed the Spirit Genesis sect to recuperate, but now, it was time to repay his karma. He's eyes penetrated the distance to secretly observe Gao Buqin and Desolate One. He considered for a moment to kill these people, knowing their affiliation with the Dao opening sect, but he knew Wang Wei would never allow such an eternal powerhouse to die and would intercept him. He did not want their battle to take place in the battle spirit world and destroy it in the process. He activated the formation a second time, and an all-black shadowy figure appeared opposite him. I already know who you are, so why the theatrics? Given our enemies, you should never be too careful, the figure replied. Are you about to move? Yes, so what about what you promise? It's already prepared. A portal opened before he, and a talisman rushed into his palm. He checked it with his divine sense before nodding. All the luck to you, said the hidden figure before disappearing. He immediately left for a secret dimension of the sect to prepare for this battle. An unknown place, 5 people showed up, all sitting at a table and all hidden by a black film or veil, each labeled from 1 to 9. Number 1, what happened? Asked number 4 with a neutral voice. The fight is about to begin, replied number 1. As soon as he said these words, the room immediately became quiet. Will our plan work? Asked number 2. It already started on a bad start, so probably not, said number 8. Their original plan should have started with Wang Wei killing number 10, thus creating a karmic connection with him. They even had prepared a memory orb, which is a rare artifact in the upper dimension used by factions and clans to know when one of their eternal members had been killed. The orb would turn red, reminding the faction that they had forgotten someone close to them and seeing if it was still possible to revive them. These things are extremely difficult to find as the materials are rare. We can only hope for the best, said number 1. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. What do you mean by this, number 10? I am not fucking call number 10, yelled number 10, slapping his hand on the table. He even removed his veil, revealing an elderly man with disheveled hair and an unkempt robe. If this was not a formation, these people could have smelled the alcohol on him. My name is Xiao Weiyuan. I'm fucking tired of this life. We used to live like kings with our heads held high and a disdain for everyone else. But ever since we were sent on this mission, everything turned to shit. Put your protection back on. Do you want to be discovered? Warned number 2. I don't give a f enough, said number 1, waving his hand to dismiss him from the meeting. He looked at everyone and said gravely, emergency mission, we will head to number 10's world and kill him as swiftly as possible. The meeting became quiet for a few seconds. Is this necessary? Asked number 5. He's become a liability, and I won't let that drunken bastard cause our death, said number 1. His life has been terrible since he descended to the lower dimension, but he does not want to give up. They can return home with all their power and privileges as long as their plans succeed. Maybe this is for the best, added number 2. None of them wanted to die, and since returning home without success was not an option, they had no choice but to make things work out here. Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court, a week had passed, and Wang Wei opened his eyes as he sensed an aura calling him. He gazed at it and saw He waiting, so he turned his head to look at other places. He saw the Star Beast world had the overwhelming advantage, just like they did, but the enemy was resisting fiercely, and this war was still undecided. The endless frozen world was prepared due to warnings from the Commerce Hub, and they had connections to their lower realm and reinforcements. Additionally, their emperor was not afraid of using his supreme avatar Chi to its full use by turning his Eternal-class clones into suicide bombers. Everything is settled, so let's begin. Wang Wei sent a few talismans to communicate to the people in case something happened in this fight, and he could not be present to oversee the overall situation. He teleported to a void zone, a place between two world communities. Wang Wei guessed he chose this place as their battlefield to prevent the aftermath of their attack from affecting nearby worlds and even communities. Wang Wei immediately checked for any hidden methods while looking at He Shi. His eyes narrowed. So, you're willing to go to this extent to defeat me? To kill you, but yes. Is it worth it? What do you think? What about the aftermath? On the unlikely chance that you kill me, what next? Asked Wang Wei. I can use the Commerce Hub's resources to reduce the corruption, and after a few reincarnations, I can wash away the artifact's aura and imprint, said He Shi calmly, his voice full of conviction. So decisive. I have to admit I respect you a little more, said Wang Wei. He Shi fused with the broken Empyrean artifact, resulting in his Tao being corrupted. However, he seems to be willing to go to this extreme to eliminate Wang Wei. I don't need your respect. When you lay down at my feet, I will be at peace and avenge what you did to my sect. His body released a tangible fighting aura. Odd, from my character profile of you, you do love your sect but not to this extent, commented Wang Wei. No, your actions are not out of a sense of duty or responsibility, it's pride and jealousy. You felt that all the power, fame, glory, and respect I received should belong to you, that it's something that was destined for you, but I stole it. Odd, where did you get this delusional sense of grandeur? Wang Wei was genuinely perplexed. I don't have time for your nonsense, replied He Shi calmly, but his eyes became fiercer. Let's get this over with. Alright, but this place is still not good enough for this fight, said Wang Wei, who suddenly appeared before him, grabbed him by his face and teleported him to his void battlefield. This place is not only his home but also prepared for the worst-case scenario. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1090 Pushed to the limit. He Shi felt humiliated. He had gone through all this trouble, almost ruining his future by fusing with that artifact to acquire the strength of 60% Grand Tao Source or 8-fold Battle Realm, but he was still manhandled like a child. A wave of intense anger rushed into his mind, but he immediately cast a spell to calm down and cool his head. With a cool mind, he knew what his first step was: Frowny Face Battle Art Boost, Physique, Azure Dragon Strength. After this short encounter, He Shi knew how powerful the opponent's flesh was, so he used these two techniques to give him a much-needed boost. Meanwhile, Wang Wei secretly used his Order Disorder Tao to change the rules around him secretly. He added the stipulation that no one should intervene in this battle. His purpose was to ensure Emperor Jia did not sneak attack him. At the very least, this technique would make it easier for him to detect any upcoming intruders. He Shi activated his awakening, donning his gold-silver armor and summoning his halberd. However, the armor was slightly different since the last time, with drawings of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, in other words, the 4 symbols. Simultaneously, Wang Wei's 10 fate palaces hung above the heavens. Split Primordial Chaos. He chose a more aggressive approach to this fight and went on the offensive. He used an updated technique based on his battle with Su Shi. The halberd, with its immense power, dropped on Wang Wei, and he used one finger to block it. Impossible. Do you know the probability of a technique failing for someone of your level T? It's infinitesimally small. However, for someone who can control probability, the number doesn't matter, does it? Boom! Wang Wei punched him in the face, sending him flying and breaking a few bones in the process. He raised his hand to manifest a string attached to He Shi's neck, and he pulled him toward him, punching him a few times. Dragon of Auspiciousness. The dragon image on He Shi's lit up for a few seconds, and the aura of luck/auspiciousness Dao emanated from his body, allowing him to cancel his opponent's technique. Battle cry, He Shi roared, and his voice contained a primal rage with the power to awaken a power deep within everyone's soul. His aura drastically increased, and he rushed forward with his, threading on infinity step, technique. His speed reached countless times beyond infinity, and he thrust his halberd like a spear. Omicron M. Wang Wei used his right hand like a spear and clashed directly with the weapon. His Yin-Yang Dao removed the majority of force or power behind this attack, thus pushing He Shi's weapon away as his hand headed directly for his chest. A bright flame came out of He Shi's armor to delay Wang Wei's hand before he used a parry technique with his left hand. Wang Wei felt his own strength was redirected at him, and he secretly praised the subtleties of this battle technique. Sadly for He Shi, he was beyond a master at controlling force or strength. Boom! He Shi's left exploded, but he suddenly inhaled and absorbed all the blood and qi. His aura again increased. Some kind of self-sacrifice technique to boost strength. Analyzed Wang Wei. Roar of the War God. He Shi opened his mouth to roar, releasing a potent sonic skill that could shatter hundreds of heavenward worlds. Roar of Fate. Wang Wei returned the fate and also roared, and the result was He Shi's body exploding into a blood mist. Sadly, a flame appeared in the distance, and he appeared perfectly intact. His Tao is no longer battle, but a combination with the four symbols. For symbol arrays, the phantom of the four creatures appeared behind He Shi in a circular shape before fusing with him. For cardinal exchange strike, as the halberd approached, Wang Wei found his senses becoming chaotic. North became east, the south became west, up became sideways, and so on. In a moment, he became someone with the worst sense of direction and spatial coordination. More importantly, this change did not only affect his normal senses, but his divine sense and any sensing techniques would be the same. Swish! Wang Wei calmly evaded this technique. So, how did he do it? Did he use yin-yang to revert his lost senses, use luck to evade, or maybe use his ancestors' evading technique? No, he simply adapted to this abysmal sense in less than a nanosecond due to his absolute control over his body. In other words, it became normal for him. Monster, thought He Shi with gritted teeth. Wang Wei waved two fingers and used the negative freedom of life technique to kill his opponent. At this point in time, it can be said he's playing around as he used his freedom Dao to do something his life-death Dao would be more efficient at accomplishing. He Shi disintegrated, not from an atomic level, but from a conceptual level. Less than a second later, a black tortoise phantom materialized in the distance, and He Shi replaced it as it disappeared. According to the four symbols, the phoenix is the symbol of rebirth, and the black tortoise represents endurance, thought Wang Wei. Do I have to kill this bastard 4 times to push him to his limit? Despite how it looked, he has not been playing around, he's constantly on guard. To prepare for this fight, he has run countless scenarios, including the worst-case scenario in which Emperor Jia teamed up with Old Man Nether and released whatever Lovecraftian creature was in the Abyss Gap. He Shi used another stab-boosting technique, Rage of the White Tiger. He could sense the dead gray spots all over his body, signaling that he could not bear much more power from the artifact, but he did not care, his mind was focused on one goal. 67% Grand Dao Source, but his body is collapsing, analyzed Wang Wei. Almost there. He Shi rushed forward and used a time-based attack. The 4 symbols symbolize the 4 seasons, and their rotation represents the passage of time. Guo Fenghuang once used a similar technique. Using a time technique on a master of time Dao. Now, I know your new technique influenced your mind and reduced your battle IQ, said Wang Wei, who ignored the time reversal of the halberd as his hand grabbed He Shi's head. He used his life and death Tao to absorb conceptual level life force from his body. He Shi immediately became a dried mummy before his body scattered like sand blown by the wind. A blue dragon phantom materialized, followed by He Shi's body. However, he was not perfectly intact, as his left eye had turned gray like a statue or stone. The fatality of the blue dragon, thought Wang Wei, using his understanding of the four symbols to analyze his opponent's technique. The last one should be the protection of White Tiger. He Shi immediately used another boost technique, Black Tortoise Stamina. Wang Wei went on the offensive after detecting that He Shi's strength had reached 68% Grand Dao source, approaching the ceiling of the battle realm. So, he wants the remaining death to come as quickly as possible to see what will happen. Fate Prison. He Shi found himself captured by a cage made of silver-gray strings. His instinct activated, and he wanted to use whatever means necessary. However, he suddenly felt that all his moves were predicted in this place. No, not just his move, but everything about him was predicted or predetermined: his birth, parents, personality, experiences, memories, thoughts, choices, future, all possibilities. Everything that constituted his existence was already determined. This fact almost destroyed his mind. The providence, the inevitability, the lack of choice, freedom, and free will was too much and overwhelmed his mind. He could not move despite desperately wanting to. Then, he committed suicide by blowing up his soul and body. Then, as Wang Wei predicted, the spirit of the White Tiger revived him one last time. Wang Wei did not hesitate to use his destruction sub-Dao to annihilate this new He Shi immediately. Although his strength was now technically on par with Wang Wei, 69%, there were still some minor differences. He Shi released a powerful shield with the colors red, blue, black, and white, resisting the palm of destruction for more than 5 seconds before it was broken and annihilated him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was on high alert, waiting for any signs or changes. If there were a time that Emperor Jia or anyone else would interfere, it would be now. As he predicted, a new He Shi appeared before him despite already using all 4 lives of the 4 symbol mirrors. His body, which had previously had his eyes and left arm turned gray, was in perfect shape, without an ounce of injury. More importantly, his aura was now peaceful and less volatile and aggressive. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. This is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1091 Unexpected Truth. This is a unique and potent talisman, thought Wang Wei. He negated all the damage from fusing with the artifact while retaining his strength. More importantly, I do not recognize the runes used for that talisman. He Shi had regained his calm and composure, and he did not have to worry about his body collapsing for a while. He had to thank his ancestor, Emperor Jia, for leaving him a way out, but this was his last chance. However, he also realized that even with the same stat/strength as his opponent, the vast difference in battle IQ, experience, and Dao versatility makes it almost impossible to win the war. Since any more Grand Dao boosts were now useless, he needed a new tactic to win this fight. 6 people appeared behind He Shi, both women and men. Each held a different weapon and had an indifferent face and dead eyes while releasing an aura extremely similar to He Shi's previous chaotic aura. Weapon slaves, muttered Wang Wei. He had heard these things were the true foundation of the Spirit Genesis sect. 3 of these people did not stay long as they turned into motes of lights that fused with the other 3, dramatically increasing their aura. The 4 creatures materialized above He Shi and the 3 weapon slaves, forming a formation that connected them. With this boost, He Shi's power did not reach 9,999% like Wang Wei, but the weapon slave temporarily reached 69%. His plan was to use numbers to give him the advantage. Move out, ordered He Shi, and the others followed. Weapon 1 held a whip-like weapon with 2 blades attached to the ends. He swung the weapon, targeting Wang Wei's feet. Weapon 2 controlled 2 flying golden rings to target the arms, while Weapon 3 used sword slashes to cover his escape. Meanwhile, He suddenly disappeared. Wang Wei calmly looked at these attacks and sensed the void was blocked. They targeted his space Dao, forcing him to either evade or confront these attacks head-on. However, despite these people's best efforts, he still teleported away from his location. He used the technique he taught Wang Ju, lowering himself to the two-dimensional world, full of sentient creatures made of lines and points, before ascending to his third-dimension world. Such subtle and unique utilization of spatial Dao rendered these people's attempts useless. Once Wang Wei appeared, he was about to annihilate Weapon 3 from the mortal coil, but he sensed something, and his body moved out of the war. A halberd came from the void, releasing an eerie dark aura. Corruption. He wants to use the artifact to corrupt my Dao. Analyzed Wang Wei. That's not important. I could not detect his presence until the last minute. What method did he use? Is it those strange runes? Wang Wei divided his body into 3, creating 3 clones, one representing Yin, the other Yang, and the third the alternation between Yin and Yang. All 3 had his full power, and their target was the 3 weapon slaves. However, 3 He suddenly appeared, blocking his clones. That's the supreme avatar Qi used by the pseudo-eternal from the endless frozen world. Was the Commerce Hub sponsoring him? He never received any news about this, which showed these people were not as useless as he labeled them. Simultaneously, he also understood the deep foundation of the commerce to have 2 of these unique Qi. While the clones were occupied, the 3 weapons came together and used the ultimate weapon art manifestation technique. Their weapon released an aura that combined to form a yellow energy chain. Swish! Wang Wei evaded the chain, but the thing followed him, which was annoying. So, he stopped moving, and the chain passed through his body as if he did not exist. Wang Wei then turned into a golden light that rushed toward the weapons with immense ferocity. The chain tried to stop him, but it could not touch him no matter what. It was like they were in 2 different dimensions, like they were Yin and Yang and could never touch, or that he had escaped the shackles of being touched by this thing, that he was freed from it. Bang! He's halberd appeared out of nowhere to block or veer him from his course. Caught you, muttered Wang Wei, and He's body appeared from the void with a look of horror. His strength had returned to its 25% Grand Dao source base, and he could not stack his buff. Everything he tried, it was like he was switching the methods of buff instead of stacking them. He immediately understood what had happened. A Dao imprint attack. He disrupted my Dao imprint to prevent me from stacking Grand Dao boosts. He gritted his teeth in anger and jealousy. He did not understand why he did not think of such a brilliant method. Of course, he understood this was not an easy thing to accomplish. Finding a person's Dao imprint was innately difficult, and it was 1,000 times harder doing so while they were still alive. Regardless, He felt he could have pulled it up had he thought of it first. He watched as Wang Wei's punch headed for his head, and he knew he would not survive this attack, so he made the smart move. He used a battle technique to exchange places with Weapon 1. However, he seemed to have expected his actions, so as soon as his fist hit, he activated his Karma Dao to summon threads connected to the 3 weapon slaves. He directed his Dragon Zodiac fist to the other 2, killing them instantly. Do their weapons dissipate once they die? They are truly worthy of the name Weapon Slave, he thought. Boom! 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 The clones went on suicide missions against He's avatars, and Wang Wei rushed toward his opponent. He knew the latter should have 3 more clones, then he would need resources and time to recondense them. He was still a talented individual with excellent battle IQ. As such, he immediately knew how to deal with Wang Wei's technique. He moved his Dao imprint, constantly changing the location in the Grand Tao source to prevent its discovery. He then used the Supreme Avatar Chi to summon the remaining 3 clones. Only with numbers will his plan have a chance to succeed and make him the final victor of this match. Blessing of Free Will, Wang Wei used his Freedom Tao to give these clones free will, forcing them to revolt against the main body. He-Shi's face contorted as he noticed this change. Luckily for him, the Supreme Avatar Chi had the word Supreme in its name for a reason, thus resisting this technique, buying him a short attosecond of time. He-Shi was decisive and blew up the clones before controlling the force of power from these explosions and redirecting them toward Wang Wei as an attack. Wang Wei manifested a small transparent cube that contained an entire multiverse, and the cube swallowed all the explosions, destroying the world inside. He then held the cube and crushed it, releasing the chaotic energy it contained from having a universe that had been destroyed. Additionally, the clones released the corruption aura from the Force-symbol mirror, so the cube also contained this aura. Shi held a talisman in his palm, and his eyes were intensely ruthless. He sacrificed his body, soul, and body to activate the talisman, which condensed a red array above this void battlefield. A white light descended from the formation, enveloping Wang Wei before he could react. He-Shi appeared in the distance with a pale face, a weak aura, and a cracked mirror floating next to him. This is the end. I won, he uttered. I'm afraid not. Impossible. He watched a perfectly intact Wang Wei floating after the light abated. How can it be? All of you are so focused on finding ways to block my divination but fail to realize how powerful of an intelligence agency I have under my control, said Wang Wei calmly. You've infiltrated their ranks. I've been keeping an eye on these rats for a very long time, replied Wang Wei. After capturing number 10, I finally had enough information to truly infiltrate their rank. They should all be attacking number 10 as we speak, and what awaits them will only be capture or death. He-Shi's body trembled. He used the longevity pill the Commerce Hub gave him for one last desperate play to exile this bastard to the upper dimension. According to these people's words, many people in the upper dimension wanted Wang Wei dead, so he would not survive long when they sent news of his arrival. But now, his plan failed, and he lost. He-Shi looked at him with gritted teeth, anger, hatred, and many other complicated emotions. Now, you're truly cornered. Let's see what happens next, said Wang Wei before punching with all his strength. A colossal red fist descended from the heavens with the power and intent to annihilate all sentient beings. Bam! A rune materialized above He-Shi's head, releasing a shield that effortlessly blocked the attack. Then, his temperament changed. He became calm, his eyes wiser and more indifferent, and even his aura old, ancient, and noble. So that's how it is, muttered Wang Wei. You and Emperor Jia are not two different people, you're his reincarnation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1092 Battle of Limits. Although Wang Wei had solved one mystery, he now had 100 more questions. How did Emperor Jia hide his reincarnation from his eyes? Why did he not ascend but reincarnate instead? What is he planning? Emperor Jia heard Wang Wei's words but did not say anything. He was momentarily confused as he looked at his body and checked his memory. This is the 5th reincarnation. Why did I reincarnate into the Spirit Genesis sect? I took measures to ensure this did not happen. And why is the Tao this time battle? This is not what I chose. His eyes turned into runes, and he seemed to be calculating or deducing some information. No information deduced, but my intuition is telling me you're involved in this anomaly in some way, said Emperor Jia, finally paying attention to Wang Wei. I want to say that this is our first meeting, and I have nothing to do with you. However, weirder things have happened to me, so you might be right. Who knows? Despite his laissez-faire attitude, Wang Wei was on guard at all times, and that's because Emperor Jia was a blank to him. He could not divine any information or see the latter's future actions. This was the first time he faced such an opponent. "It seems the battle between us is inevitable," commented Emperor Jia after a brief silence. "I'm afraid so." "Very well." The center of his brows suddenly lit up 5 different colors, and immediately afterward, his aura drastically increased: 60%, 65%, 68%, 69%, 69, 99,999% Grand Dao Source. What is this? I sense a very subtle aura of Eternal Emperor from each of the lights, thought Wang Wei, and his eyes squinted. Could it be? When Emperor Jia's strength reached his level, he was sure of his theory. He's trying to enter the taboo realm by following a path similar to the 9-extremity foundation. He proves the Tao, condenses his strength into a seed, reincarnates, and does it again. Then, once he's become an Eternal Emperor 9 times, he can fuse his power together to form a unique Tao body that can break the limitation and enter the taboo realm. Wang Wei's brow furrowed. This plan sounds doable, but there is a major flaw: true heavenly Tao. It would not allow someone to prove the Tao 9 times, let alone become an Eternal Emperor 9 times. No, it probably wouldn't let anyone participate in the Heaven Will battle a second time unless they abandoned their status as emperors. So, how did he protect his seeds from being detected or annihilated? Millions of thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's mind every second, and he soon deduced the answer: the paradox. He did not create it just to protect the Spirit Genesis sect or allow the broken Empyrean artifact to exist in the lower dimension, but to hide his reincarnation and power seed. It was definitely his primary objective, and the others were either a byproduct or necessary steps for the entire endeavor. Wang Wei felt he was close to the truth despite not having his fate Tao to help or give him the answer. However, this raises even more questions. How did Emperor Jia know how to use the paradox to cover his activities? Such a brilliant idea could only be thought of by a Tao Lord or Overlord, which he probably is, but executing it is not a question of intelligence but ability. Omicron M. Can a great emperor create a paradox to hide such a major thing from true heavenly Tao? No, even the paradox involved changing true heavenly Tao's records, and that's not something that any paragon can do. Once again, he had more answers and even more questions. The most likely explanation is that Emperor Jia was once a pinnacle paragon, maybe even a primal paragon, and spent an untold amount of time deducing this method. Then, he abandoned his strength and started over to achieve the taboo realm. If that's true, he's scarier than the human emperor, as he would have to abandon his strength as a boundless paragon to start over. Anyone who can make such a ruthless decision has terrifying willpower and mental fortitude. Adding his intelligence, he's a more than worthy foe, concluded Wang Wei, who immediately decided to end this battle as quickly as possible to capture Emperor Jia and get more answers from his soul or memory. However, before Wang Wei reacted, Emperor Jia clapped his hands to release a strange energy into the void battlefield. This is, thought Wang Wei before smiling wryly. The latter used a technique that imitated his order-disorder Tao, and the stipulation Emperor Jia placed on the battlefield was the prohibition of foreign aid to acquire taboo realm strength. In other words, Wang Wei cannot use the illusory pills to acquire Empyrean tier strength as he did with Old Man Nether. I underestimated this bastard, thought Wang Wei, wondering how he knew about this. A rune rapidly condensed before Emperor Jia and Wang Wei sensed Yishi's battle Tao. As soon as the rune finished, Emperor Jia's aura became purer as a new Tao emanated from his body. He condensed Yishi's Grand Tao source into a rune to remove its effect on him and used his original Tao, which is Rune Tao or Language Tao, analyzed Wang Wei. Emperor Jia then glanced at the 4-symbol mirror and uttered an unknown incantation, turning the artifact into an open book with runes written all over the cover and pages. The book turned to a blank page before the Battle Tao rune filled it with writing. Thunder Destruction Rune, lightning bolt rain. A strange rune appeared above Emperor Jia's head, releasing billions of dark short lightning bolts. Wang Wei observed while evading, and the bolts were numerous and followed him. Thunder and Destruction Dao, and it's the pinnacle, he analyzed. There is a restriction in versatile Dao, such as Talisman, Array, Battle, or Fist, that can use other laws through resonance, knowledge/understanding. For example, if a talisman maker wishes to create a top-tier time talisman, they need a deep understanding of time Dao. Otherwise, their talisman will be weak, or they might not even succeed in the creation process. However, in this short exchange, Wang Wei could tell Emperor Jia had such a deep understanding of Thunder and Destruction Dao to the point it appeared as if he was a pinnacle heaven chosen who proved the Dao in these Daos. Wang Wei pointed his two fingers to make a slashing motion. A powerful silver slash rushed toward Emperor Jia, slicing through all the lightning bolts of destruction. A new rune materialized, releasing the fluctuation of space Dao. The rune swallowed the attack before releasing thousands of space slashes. Time rune, thought Wang Wei before uttering, all things are fated to die as the universe plunged into death, returning to primordial chaos. The all-white void battlefield turned gray momentarily, and then all the destructive bolts and space slashes dissipated. They followed natural law and returned to chaos. The world is cyclical. After primordial chaos, a new world will be born and start the process. After uttering these words, one side of the void battlefield turned green, fighting the gray area. The two colors confronted each other briefly before canceling the other. Wang Wei took a step forward, appearing before Emperor Jia, punching him in the face. However, his hand went through the latter's head as he only attacked an afterimage. Wang Wei teleported again, and this time, he hit a solid shield that rebounded his force, which he then redirected due to his absolute control. Emperor Jia dispersed into a mote of light as his real body appeared in the distance. He summoned a new ruin that shot spears containing the power of death. Something is wrong, thought Wang Wei. The way he avoids direct confrontation at all costs is a mistake that someone with top battle experience would not make. It's fine if someone prefers distant combat, but they should never make it so obvious. Is his battle experience really bad? Thought Wang Wei before using a few attacks to test out his theory. It's not bad, but it's also not at the level of an old monster who was once a boundless paragon, thought Wang Wei. What's the reason? He's either doing it on purpose for an unknown plan, or the memories from his time as a paragon are still sealed. Wang Wei reversed yin and yang so that Emperor Jia's runes or words have the opposite meaning of what they are intended to. He also modified the rules in the surroundings, following the saying language is deceiving. In other words, all the runes used should have a completely different effect than intended. He rushed toward his opponent as Emperor Jia summoned a new rune. Wang Wei squinted as he realized his technique was cancelled. No, not cancel, they became errors, error Dao. That's new. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible.